I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. I'm your man's Uncle Freezy. What's good? Let's get this thing out the way. First of all, blue tears, orange tears, Blorange Tears. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Salute to my people in the building. What's good? What's good? Worldwide L in the building. You know what I'm saying? Creator and host and star of For the Love of the Game podcast is in the building. I was with them for a brief time yesterday, man. Make sure y'all go show them love. Click on a video and stay. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, right? Comment in a comment section. Help they thing grow, man. They got a fire thing going on over there. Fire, son, thing going on over there with him and Heck and Hardwell. They got a good joint going on, man. Make sure y'all go check them out. Robert Pie is in the building this morning. Let's go. Julian Trend, let's go. Let's go. White Falcon 44. We got some trade scenarios that we need ASAP. White Falcon, get on your job. Stop being lazy, White Falcon. Get on your job. My man, White Falcon, what's good? B from Jersey is in the building. What's good? What's good? What's good, man? I see y'all. Pudge Nice is in the building. Kenny Hernandez is in the building. Elon M, what's good? We see you. Danny 7, I see you in the building. What's good? What's good? D'Angelo, what's good? Hey, D'Angelo's in the building, so I already know the conversation about to be fired. D'Angelo in the building. I already know the conversation gonna be fired. Ain't nothing y'all can tell my man. Ain't nothing y'all can tell him. Hey, listen, there's nothing y'all can tell D'Angelo this morning because a lot of stuff he's been saying for about the last month or so. And here we are. And here we are. My man been saying this stuff for I think two or three things for about a month. And here we are. And y'all can't tell my man he wrong either. At first, when you first heard him, you was like, I don't know. But now here we are. And you got to give him credit. You got to give him credit. You know what I'm saying? Delano Steele is in the building. The original DSJ was good. What's good? It's me is in the building. What's good? I see y'all. What's good, y'all? I'm gonna just say this thing right quick, because this is about the Blorange Tears family and not about Knicks universe right now. But throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, "Oh yeah!" Stephen Noah's in the building. What's good? What's good? Stephen O was in the building. Yes, I have some things that I'd like to say to get off my chest. Got some things that I want to say, some things that I want to get off my chest. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm frustrated after a blowout loss on the road to a rival on national TV. Yes, I'm frustrated. But just like most things, just like most things, we'll keep things in context, right? We want to keep things in context, okay? We want to keep things in context, right? Let me pull this thing up here. Where is it? So I got something that I want to say, but I want to keep it. I still have to remember the reason why you guys tune in and watch every day. It's not because you don't. It's not because you feel like you want me to stat box you to death and monotone you to death about the boring minutia of things that have already happened. A lot of you guys were already there. Not just anybody can come on and rock this mic. Rocking the mic is tough. Y'all know it. Y'all know it. It's not just for everybody. That's why I quote the great American poet Grand Puba when he said, "Now a lot of people think this as easy as it looks. Books and books and rhyme concepts and hooks. Session to session to get thoughts manifested, stressing and stressing to hit the world with a blessing." That was a great American poet, Grand Puba, everybody. Give it up to Grand Puba. So what I'm gonna do is not try to bore you with that. What I want to do just for this few seconds, right? I want to introduce a topic. All right. So yesterday, we played one of our dear rivals. And I mean dear, I mean hated. I mean hated rivals. We have rivals, right? Like the Atlanta Hawks. They are not a hated rival. They're a heated rival. They're all of a sudden, they're a new rival because they wanted the same thing that we wanted. And they took it from us. So now we don't like them. But the Knicks have deep hated rivals. And some of these rivalries are sleeping rivalries, right? I'll give you an example. The Philadelphia 76ers are a rival of ours, right? But they're a sleeping rivalry because for the most part, over the past few years, we have been good and they have not, or vice versa. When we've been good, they have not been good, right? Right? When we were good, they were on the upswing. So we were never great at the same time. But there was a point when they used to bully us. I mean, physically put their hands on us and bully us in the late 70s, early 80s. And there was nothing we could do. No matter what we could try to do to Philly, they had 3 or 4 all-time greats. And we had Michael Ray Richardson. We had Trent Tucker, Rory Sparrow. They had Dr. J. I don't even have to say anything else after that. But they used to bully us. And they used to be our right because we played hard against them. We were like the little brother that always gave the big brother trouble for no reason other than that we were the little brother. Right? The Boston Celtics are a heated rival. Right? And it has nothing to do with vicinity and all of that stuff. And it's because sorry. So yeah, the Boston Celtics are a rival, not because of vicinity, but because they were good and they had something that we wanted. Right? So I'm fast forwarding through all of this stuff to tell you the Miami Heat rivalry is different. The Miami Heat rivalry is different. Okay? The Miami Heat rivalry is different because, to be honest with you, they don't like us. And guess what? And we don't like them. Right? I'm going to take a few pills. Hold on. Still taking pills is crazy. So anyway, so the Miami Heat are an old, heated, and current rival. And I don't have to tell you about names like PJ Brown and Pat Riley and Tim Hardaway and Alonzo Mourning. I don't have to mention names like that because if you're a Knicks fan, you know what certain teams mean to you. Right? When you see certain names on a schedule, when you see certain cities on a schedule, you know what it is. Off go. Right? Off go. When you see Miami Heat, Miami, Florida, you already know what it is. You don't have to be reminded about LeBron James flipping bottles in the Garden. You don't have to be reminded of that. You already know what it is. So going into last night's game, I knew what the environment was going to be like. I knew Jeff Van Gundy was going to go to bat for his boy, Tom Thibodeau, all game long. I knew that. Y'all knew that. Y'all knew any shot at the players that Jeff Van Gundy could take, he was going to take them at the players. Because you can't take a shot, you can't take shots at executives because executives can defend themselves. NBA players can't defend themselves like that. NBA players depend on the media to either paint them as good guys or bad guys. Right? Y'all know that. Y'all know that. Y'all's perception of these NBA players are basically what the media paints out to you. Right? Like I heard Jeff Van Gundy say last night that Julius Randle needs to stop pouting during when the game was headed into a timeout. And TNT panned, and every referee had at least one Miami Heat player in their face. Julius Randle was headed to his bench, and Jeff Van Gundy said, Julius Randle needs to stop pouting to referees. But I saw with my own eyes 3 referees apiece, 1 referee apiece. The 3 of them had one Miami Heat player in their face complaining. And Jeff Van Gundy said Julius Randle needs to stop pouting to referees. Do I think the broadcast last night was lopsided? Yes. And I'm not stupid. Clearly, there is an agenda here. Like, don't blame this on Tibbs was the narrative last night. Don't blame this on Tibbs. You know what I'm saying? The players have to play. It's not what this was about, man. All this was about was our team went in. They were overmatched by a better team. They outplayed us. You want to give them kudos. The Miami Heat is a good team, and they deserve credit for being a good team. This should not have been about, the players, the starters always coming out slow and all these weird narratives. I felt like we got done a disservice. The Miami Heat jumped on us early. Ain't no need to even getting into, what I'm saying. They're a good team. The Miami Heat are a good team. The Knicks are not. And that manifest, we lost by 14 or 15 last night, and it shouldn't even been that close. The game wasn't that close. If you just look at the box score, the final box score, no, it wasn't even that close. That team is better than us, and they know it. Here's my thing. What do we do from here? Last night's game was not a true indicator of the future, in my opinion. I think the last night's game is a true indicator of where both teams are in terms of team building. one franchise is head and shoulders above the other, and we are trying to find ourselves. Now, with that said, I just didn't want to get that off my chest. All right. Let me put my thing. I'm gonna go ahead and sound the alarm. I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the chat so that we can get grooving here. All right, there we go. The Miami Heat beat the brakes off of us. About halfway through the third quarter, I was ready to move on. I was ready to move. I'm ready for the Bucks. But am I really? No. Am I really ready to move on? Not really. Yo,
Top of the morning, sir. How are you?
man, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. Let me bring D'Angelo in real quick.
Yeah. I figured I would just be saying hi. Let me go to mute.
Yeah, Yo.
Luke, good morning.
Good morning.
What's good, y'all?
All right, I think we good. So we don't have anybody else backstage now waiting, man. Yo.
Yeah, I'm getting feedback.
All right,
Okay.
test.
Now
okay,
it's good.
Yo,
Yeah, you're
okay.
good.
How y'all doing this morning, man?
Pretty good.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning.
Morning.
You know,
What did y'all call in the summer?
I'm not sure. But Pudge Knight says Freezy and G.I. called it in the summer, but I didn't listen, shaking my head. Hey man, if I called it, man, I said a lot of stuff this summer, bro. The main thing I knew going into this season is that we had a serious devoid of talent.
Yep.
Of young, energy, bouncy athletes, big athletes. I wanted us to get more Cam Reddish style athletes, to be able to counteract opposing coaches' schemes and things. That was one thing. Now I hadn't been right the whole time, so I'm not sitting here as if I'm Nostradamus. But there were a few things I kind of felt like we were devoid of. And I ain't gonna lie to you, DSJ was okay.
Top of the morning.
So DSJ.
Good dude.
DSJ was good. So I had something I was working on for you, man, and I don't think I loaded it. So pardon that. I'm sorry.
That's all good.
Yeah, I had something I wanted to, and I can't find it. Okay, okay, all right. So Tibbs was out coached, right? He was outgunned. He was outmanned. He was out everything last night, in my opinion. But his stubbornness made him look like a fool last night. Bringing in Cam Reddish when you damn near down by 30.
Down 25. Really? That was
Somebody's mic acted up heavy.
Yeah, bro, it's to bring in Cam Reddish when you down by 25 makes Tibbs look like a coach that was being forced to play a player he doesn't like.
Coach don't know what he's doing.
Yep, and when you do that, when you're down by 28 and your answer is bringing Taj Gibson, but you're down by 25 and you are forced to bring in Cam Reddish, makes me think you're digging your own grave.
Dug it last night. Mess.
It's been like this the whole season, Freezy.
It was that game was kind of predictable, to be honest. It's like one of those you really didn't need to wait and see to know what was going to happen type games.
Right.
But it was good to watch though, because you know the difference between a team that wants to compete for a championship, and a team that wants to be successful this week, and a team that's just trying to make the play. You saw the realities yesterday, and that's what they look like.
Yep, and
that's right. Because Miami has no chance of. Oh, I'm sorry. You talking about the Knicks? My fault.
And this is the reason why I don't go off hypotheticals. Miami didn't have Kyle Lowry, Markieff Morris, but like I said, they're a deep team. And like I said, they're a deep team. And by the way, Bam Adebayo had a season high, 11 assists. He looked like Steve Nash mixed in with Arvydas Sabonis from the Blazers back then. Jimmy Butler was killing us in the paint, mid-range shots. Even PJ Tucker was killing us on floaters, backdoor cuts, 3-pointers at the corner. Even Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero looked like Steph and Clay out there.
They did whatever they wanted, bro.
Pretty much. I mean, I knew what was going to happen. There was nothing to wait and see about. What was there to see about in this game? There was nothing. The game was over before it started.
Well, we called out weeks ago about the emergence of this buzzsaw of a schedule, and I think those that spoke of this weeks ago already knew that this was going to happen.
Yep.
It was just a matter of how it was going to happen.
Yep.
My issue. Go ahead, G Money. Go ahead.
No. You got to say something. No, you were talking. Go ahead.
I'm just as we sit here and go this morning, I just hope that we are reasonable, though. And the first part of being reasonable as Knicks fans for the last couple of weeks, when I'm like, okay, because 2 weeks ago we started to play well, and that's when Mitch started to get in shape. Very important. I am one that we cannot win. This team, built the way it is, cannot win without Mitch manning the center and being serious about manning the center. So, and he's out, right? I think he's hurt. I don't know where he is, but I've noticed he hasn't been there. Huh?
He played 30 minutes last night.
He played 30 minutes. Mitch Robinson played 30 minutes last night?
Yeah.
Well, so we started playing. We started playing well about 2 weeks ago, and Mitch was looking really good, playing real efficient. So I said, RJ and Randall looking like they figured out. So I was like, maybe we turn the corner. Let me shut up. But the fact of the matter comes back to this. The Knicks knew they had no point guard this year. There's a fan that we put Alec Burks is in as point guard when Kimba's not. So we know we have no point guard. You can't you look around the league. Tell me what team is playing over 500 basketball without a point guard. The Knicks would be the anomaly. So it's just certain things that as Knicks fans, and I'm gonna be honest, Does Tibbs look like an idiot sometimes? Yeah, but I don't know who he's talking to. I don't know if he's talking to the players. I don't know if he's talking to the fans. But the fact of the matter is, if the Knicks look around the league,
Somebody got some background noise.
That's
man.
D'Angelo. It's killing me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just go on mute to us. Yeah. Look around the league. Charlotte is playing a major in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Bulls are trying to figure it out. Miami, Cleveland's that's who I want to talk about. So I'm gonna talk about rolling the tank. 20 seconds here. You roll the tank, so when we get to June, maybe there's no draft picks there for us, but we make something from this season. Do you know how frustrating it's going to be? So for me, the next 20 games are what do we do? Do you know how frustrating it's going to be if we don't make the playoffs and we don't know what Grimes is? We don't know really what RJ should be. We don't really know what McBride is. We got Sims. We don't know what we're going. So all we'll know is we rested on Fournier, Kemba, Jules, and Burks, and that couldn't get it done. Well, you don't need a crystal ball to know that Fournier, Burks, Jules, and Kemba is not getting it done for you.
And it's not. We're 23, 26. And I want to add to your point, all right? Remember the Atlanta Hawks were 17 and 25 going into MLK Day? They're tied with us in the standings. They've won 5 in a row. They're tied with us in the standings. Just want to throw it out there. And knowing the Knicks, man, we're only going to go downhill. People keep going off the word might. Oh, we might get galvanized by the Trojan. We're not, all right? The Knicks are not going to get galvanized by the Trojan. We're not, all right? The reality is that we're going to go downhill. You think we're going to beat Utah? You think we're going to beat Denver? You see us beating Golden State or Portland? Come on. You really think we're going to beat Memphis at home? Or the LA Lakers? What are we talking about?
And one more, G-Money, while I'm with you, because we're on the same point. So that way we can both cook at the same time and share.
Go ahead,
these teams, just like last night, these teams need wins too.
Thank you. And they only want to
and you saw it in Miami last night. Miami's like, we're not leaving here playing with the Knicks. I'm going to let them know in the first 3 minutes. I'm sorry, Jim.
Right.
Let's cook.
No. You're good. Speak your point. And even Milwaukee last night. Milwaukee got blown out in Cleveland. You really think Milwaukee's going to lose? Remember, we did beat them in Wisconsin earlier, but that was with Derrick Rose. We don't have Derrick Rose this time. You really think that the Bucks will allow us to beat them there again for the second time? Don't be surprised if Giannis gets a triple-double. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if Bobby Portis does something crazy tomorrow. Don't be surprised if Grayson Allen intends to injure a player tomorrow. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
I feel you on that. The Bucks are the reigning NBA champions.
I'm saying,
don't be surprised if Rodney Hood or George Hill hit million threes out there. Or even Wesley Matthews, former Knick. Don't be surprised. They're going to do something crazy.
Right.
Or Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday. Yeah, man?
I think the reality is that we're just a really bad team from every aspect of the pecking order. So if you go from the front office, if you go to the coaching staff, if you go to the roster, it's just not a good team. And here's the worst part, right? Mm-hmm. Any idea a team would be like, well, let's just tank at this point. Let's get the right tanking, pieces in there, and we don't even have the right tanking pieces in there. We would have to trade in order to get that, which means we wouldn't really get much back. So after all this investment we put into these guys, we got bamboozled. We got shamed. Right. We got tricked. We fell for the okie doke. I'll finish right up for you. We fell for the okie doke. We got enchanted by a spell, and we started drinking the Kool-Aid, right? Mm-hmm. And this is the results.
Right. And so to the 2 points that I want to highlight one and ask you. I was actually going to ask you to expound on another. Right. So when you mentioned the schedule and we saw it was coming, right? We knew the schedule was going to be tough.
Yeah.
Right. And we knew these teams were going to be good. There was no surprise there. But as fans, we have one stance and the organization has another stance. Yeah. Right. And do both sides know what the real stance is? Do you believe, Deep Poetic, do you believe that this front office believes that this is a playoff caliber team?
Nope.
And if they do, what do they see that we don't?
I don't think so, Freezy. I think they were competent because if that was the way you were going into thinking of building for the future and just saying this is not the way you do it.
Right.
So
That's a very good question, and I want to follow up with another question. Hey, yo, Gi, is that a blunt in your mouth? Hey, don't get us Paul Pierce out of here now, bro.
No, sir. That's a black and mild.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
and the other side of
So Winston,
pass the Dutchie on the left hand side.
Musical youth.
Where you from, Delano? Where you from? South Plains, Scotch Plains? Where you from? Yo, South Orange? Yo, where the heck you from? Yo, no snitching. Yo, dry snitching. Yo, go about your business. Talk about the Knicks, yo.
So D Poetic, I also want to ask you this.
What's up?
So as just to follow up, because what you were saying, I was trying to catch you before you stopped so that you could continue, because we don't ask like real hard pressing questions. As fans, sometimes we ask fan questions like, "Did you see Mitchell Robinson free throw farm?" That right now, that don't matter, right? You know what I'm saying? Either he making them or he missing them, right?
Right.
What fans want to know and basketball minds want to know are like tough questions that make us think about where we are as fans, right? Mm-hmm. Like here's the thing. The Heat came out and stifled our game planned offense early, right?
Yeah.
Right. Our game plan, the offense that we game plan to get into against their set defense didn't work. Right. Is that a function of us not having a real game plan for a NBA championship contending team, or do we have severe personnel issues that should be addressed right away?
Yes. So to answer your question, both. Right?
Both. Combination of both.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
To answer your question, both. And what you got to understand too, Freezy, that's why when we were talking a couple of weeks ago about the defense, and you're like, it's on the upside because we've been holding teams. I was like, but Freezy, who have we played? Every time we played somebody, we get the brakes being off us. Every time.
We barely beat Detroit. Remember that?
All season.
We barely beat the Pistons. Remember, to add to your point, I'm sorry for interrupting. I apologize. I want to add to your point. We barely beat the Pistons. They had to take our bench to save us. I mean, we were struggling with the Timberwolves. So, yeah. So, that's that. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that besides those lower echelon teams, I'm talking about just teams in general. When they're at full strength, we get the in off of us 8 or 9 out of 10 times, bro. Right. So that just shows me this is not a very good team. And we knew that. I mean, we could just look at the roster. We could read the advanced analytics. We could just look with our 2 eyes and see on the basketball court. This is not a good team.
Right. And so the reason why I wanted to ask this and set up a conversation this way is because so year 3 of Leon Rose starts next month. Right. Yeah. And usually what you like to do with the front office is give them some time to clean house. Like all the bad parts of the past regime, you want to have them clean out that mindset and way of thinking, and then install what it is that you feel like is going to be successful going forward, right? But next month starts year 3. How long is it before we start holding this front office accountable for the moves that are being made and the ones that aren't being made because they can't see their blind spots? Every human being has blind spots, right? Or everybody has blind spots. That's why you keep people around you to kind of help you, stay centered. Everybody, I don't care who you are, right?
Right.
This front office has clear blind spots. Do you guys think they recognize what their blind spots are?
Of course they do. The question you need to ask is, do they care?
Well, we want to get there, but I want to, kind of do like the one at a time. Like, do they recognize? Because what you said just now about caring, all boils down to a level of motivation. Does it motivate you to even worry about certain things? Because if the paychecks are good and on time, some people will do the status quo. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, long as the check's on time and as long as they the amount that I agree to, man, listen, I'm going to just do what it is until I can't do it no more, and then I'll move on. Or when you say, do they care about the New York Knicks franchise? You feel me? And then what level of caring is it there? Do they care about the Knicks winning a championship, or is their care level at getting the Knicks to a level of respectability?
So let me paint a picture for you, Freezy. Okay, go ahead, G. Go ahead first, because I'm going to paint a picture real quick.
I thought it was a question. Yeah, I thought it was a question on he was putting on the floor. And it's the front office, right, Freeze?
Yes, everybody, yep.
Yeah, no, I want to start with the front office, though. Because everybody says, do they owe us a responsibility to speak? And I've said it on this network before. Me and Keith argue. This is probably me and Keith's biggest point of contention. Because what Pudge Knight says, Freezy and I is right. What mostly he's talking about is me and Freezy saying, which everybody and their mother should know, except Diz pointed it out. We start drinking our own hype and thinking, oh, even though we don't have stars on this team, we're going to do something different than other teams that have stars on this team. There's only 5 on the floor. But forget the statistics, right? Mm-hmm. People say they don't have to say anything. They don't have to take big fancy press conferences. They don't have to be Jerry Jones of the NBA, right? One of my players got a broken thumbnail. Let me hold a press conference. You know? But there are fans spending good money to come back. The hype, the nostalgia was back. People was running it. I live in the area. I hear him going to the Knicks game tonight. I ain't heard cats talking about going to the Knicks. Got 5 or 6 cats talking about, well, I'm going to the Knicks game tonight after the game. You know, it's health and safety protocols outside. So people are moving again. They want to feel normal. They're spending that New York money.
Right.
And they're getting blown out. They're getting blown out. You're going to see that you're spending money for that. They're getting blown out. Nobody's saying nothing. And they were playing better on the road than they were at home for a point in the season.
They were, and now around the road we're struggling again.
So you're not saying anything. You're not making no moves. You did. I think Freezy, they're gonna build their own hype machine against them. Sometimes you got to get people behind you. How could people get behind what they don't know? And this is where the marketing needs to step in. So I am hurt that these are not businessmen that know how to manage this $5 billion. And because of that, them not knowing how to manage this $5 billion asset, 9 times out of 10, you only need to hold it for 2 days to break it. You know, if they hold it for 3 years, it very well could be broken. We said Phil Jackson didn't fix it. So I said all that to say, yeah, they're doing us a disservice. They're not talking to us. They have a responsibility to talk to the people who are investing in their product. So I think this could have some real long-term detriment, man, if we don't figure out, if they don't fix this answer, get some talent in this door ASAP.
So let me paint a picture real quick to Freezy's question. We have a team last year, right? That when we looked at the roster, we were like, this doesn't look like a very good roster. Right? And Vegas had them at 21, and some other people had them at 23, and people were mixed. Some had 30, 40. And all of a sudden, we have a magical season, right? We have a whole bunch of anomalies that were not supposed to happen, but they happen, right? So I consider that a gift. That's a gift. You want to say for the basketball guys, you could call it whatever you want. It's a gift. It is how I know the front office doesn't care for Easy. You know how I know they don't care? Because all of us, right, and all different networks, all throughout the Knicks fandom, knew that we had 2 positions to address during the offseason. Mm-hmm. That was the point guard, and that was the small forward. Right. And they did absolutely nothing to address those visible, glaring issues that we completely saw throughout a 5-game series against the Atlanta Hawks. What did they do instead? They brought in 2 Asian guys that, if you look at their team analytics and if you look at their individual advanced analytics, they are trash. They don't impact winning. they barely impact the floor, and everybody has seen it with their true eyes this season. Showing up for a couple of games here and there, that's not cutting it. Not for $18 million a year. Okay?
Or 26 million a year if you count both the salary. Yeah.
I hear you. But they don't impact the floor. And Evans practically 30, and I think Kemba's 31? So what sense does that make?
Kemba don't count.
Yeah.
Kemba doesn't count.
What sense does that make? To go ahead, you get this gift, and this is how you treat the gift.
Right.
I watched the G League team last night play against NBA players that have a team. This team is horrible. They got to back up the truck. Got to get Randall out of here. He's trash. He's trash. He's not. His demeanor, the whole body language. I'm done. He had a great year last year. Good for him. What is he doing this year? Nothing. But go and sit on the bench. He just doesn't look like a team player. I'm sick of this thing. Sick of it. That performance last night was disgusting. You make moves at the end of the game to bring in all the young guys and say, oh, now time to bring in a Reddish when we're down by 30. At the end of the game, you bring in all the young guys to maybe bring a little respectability to the game. I'm not saying we were going to win last night, but bring some, so a little pep in the step instead of seeing Fournier being danced around, can't play defense. Kemba is trash. All these guys. The front office has a lot to blame who they brought in here, what you're saying, D, and everybody. Come on.
Well,
Tibbs looks like, hold on a second. Tibbs looks like a burnt-out coach just on the sidelines. He can't figure it out anymore. This guy's lost. Van Gundy called him out last night.
Yeah.
Van Gundy called him out.
Yeah.
I miss Van Gundy. You should hire him back.
The only thing is, the only thing, the deep disdain for Tibbs and Randall, I get it. You have that right.
Yep, I do.
But aren't they supposed to be given some tools to help them succeed? If you invest this type of money,
he may have the tools. He
may have. Hold on.
But he's got to play some of these guys.
You say may have. I get it.
Yeah, but we don't know until he tries it to put some guys out there.
You gotta let him finish his point, D'Angelo. We understand you're hyped and mad right now, but we still gotta hear what other people are saying.
Sorry, G. Go ahead, man. I'm back off. Sorry.
Now go ahead, cook, baby, cooker, because I'm staying here all day. I'm gonna be here all day. I'm putting in the marathon today.
All right. Much respect to you. You know that. Much respect.
Oh, I get, man.
Listen,
I'm blessed on this network. I could never get mad if somebody cuts me off, man. There's probably 50 hours in my face, stupid face on this network.
Go ahead. Make your point, though. Go ahead. I'll back off.
No. I have no. That's it. I just think Knicks fans, if you really want to see the light, and I can't. Who am I? Right? But you got to be realistic, and you got to really even challenge your own takes. So, do you really think that Randall, because RJ, because this is what makes some of the guys go after RJ, because Tibbs, RJ has been the lead player for a couple of games now too, and that's not
a whole month.
And Jules has fell back from that, and some of the guys aren't saying anything. In fact, when I brought it up, some guys attacked it so fast. They said, "What do you want him to do? Burks is getting nothing." I said, "Oh, but when Burks was getting nothing for Randall, that wasn't a problem. But when he gets that's why I say to fans, can this team win or not? Not. Well, yeah, we could win if RJ's the lead and Randall's on the bench. That's this team. You could put different iterations of it. It's not good enough to win. So how are you bringing yourself to wits in when we lose?
Why is Taj out there all these minutes to play? Why? You want to tell me why? Why? This old man is out there gasping for air, sucking back fumes of air. He's playing too many minutes, Taj, because Thibodeau is in love with him, because he's loyal to him from Chicago days. It's not Chicago days anymore.
Right.
Why are you playing Taj this many minutes? Why?
And D'Angelo, it's a mix. It's the front office. It's Tibbs. It's the type of players they have. Look, I'll show you a perfect example. How many times has the bench saved their starting unit this season?
A gazillion times.
I lost count.
Man.
I lost count.
Yeah.
Like,
A
seriously.
gazillion times.
Last night, the bench looked great.
47 points off the bench. 47.
And
Toppin must be listening to us because he's changed his game a little. He's looking a lot better from the three and everything. So
and the man still persists to play the same old tired lineup. So it's one thing. I could feel bad for Tibbs if he got a bad hand and Tibbs is doing the best with that hand. I could slide Tibbs on that. But he's not doing himself any favors with the hand he got, because I don't care what the front office says. I'll get fired. I'm not playing Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker together on the basketball court. I'm just not doing it.
I agree with that.
You can't play trash.
Right.
I'm not playing Taj Gibson 20-something minutes a night. I'm just not doing it. But he persists to do it.
But to Tibbs' credit, though, he didn't want to play Kemba and Fournier together. Remember, he benched Kemba. And everybody went haywire. And so he couldn't. So I agree with you, and I think Tibbs understands this too. But here's the thing. I think that one thing that you pointed out, and sometimes, man, I think we got to slow down on the panel, because somebody will make a point that'll be so good and it'll get glossed over, and the point to get buried, like what you said, or somebody said here. I want to give the right person credit. But Tibbs looks like an old man with no answers.
That's D'Angelo. Who said that?
D'Angelo said that. Mm-hmm. Okay. So let me give credit to the person that mentioned it. Right, Tibbs will look like, when you hear, as basketball coaches, like a lot of us have coached basketball at a high level, right? Played it at a high level, coached it, been around great basketball minds. When you hear a coach say things like effort, play harder, you know that coach has zero tactical, strategic answers to fix problems. Because for one, an effort problem can be fixed by rotation. If such and such ain't playing hard, I'm putting such and such in there to play hard, right? But when you go from game to game, when you hear a coach says, effort, we just got to play harder. We got to, we didn't meet their intensity and things of that sort. So now, wait a minute, coach. We may have the wrong coach in place, because if players are not playing hard for you anymore, that means you're the problem, right? But then if they're playing hard anyway, and you still strategically can't figure out a way to shore up our shortcomings, that's still a coach problem.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But it looks even worse, Freezy, when constantly press conference after press conference, you're indicting yourself and saying, team didn't come out with energy tonight. Well, that's not a team problem. That's a coach problem. So
and he's saying that at the end of the game.
So y'all recognize what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This guy looks like he's burnt out. Like he shouldn't be coaching anymore. He's like an old guy, arms crossed, through the mask, just thinking, what do I do next? What do I do next?
And how do you say, and so D'Angelo and Depot, everybody listen, how do you say we didn't match their energy, we have to increase our effort, and then you look at the guys on the bench and they look wasted? Taj Gibson looks exhausted.
Yeah, too much.
Right. The Julius Randle is in a funk because he's exhausted. Right. And you say, well, we didn't match their effort. Our energy is not there, and these type of things. And you see RJ Barrett make mental mistakes on defense because he has to cover up for so many other things on defense that if he makes one mistake.
Offense.
Yeah, and on offense. That
unbelievable. I'm sorry,
give you an example. Give you an example. How do you say RJ Barrett missed such and such assignment on the floor when you saw RJ Barrett the entire time scrambling around, trying to cover for him and Quentin Grimes, trying to cover for guys. And if they miss, and if a guy gets an open look in the corner and they're the closest person, you blame the closest person. When they've been, when in a 24-second possession, they don't necessarily play 24 seconds. They play 40 seconds of 24-second possessions because other guys like Kemba Walker can't stay attached to their man.
right out of the chute of that game. Van Gundy called it on when he was watching the game that their energy wasn't matching theirs. We're down like 12-2.
13-2.
Freaking light. 13-2. Sorry.
It's all right.
Take out the whole freaking lineup. Put the bench in. Embarrass them. They're already embarrassing Knicks fans with the product that we have out on the court.
I don't trust everything Van Gundy has to say though either though, because you keep using him as a reference.
I always like Van Gundy.
He's not mine.
I got it.
I like Van Gundy, but last night to me, I think he went over the top with pointing out some things, and he made a Freudian slip twice. He made 2 Freudian slips twice last night. That reminded you what his motivations were, right? So when he pointed out that the starters can't come out flat, the other announcer said, "Well, what do you want Tibbs to do?" And so Van Gundy said, "Well, he needs to change up the personnel." Or he said, "I would change up the personnel if I was the coach," right? And then the guy said, "Well, who do you go grab?" And his Freudian slip was, "Well, they don't have anybody. They need to make a trade." So wait a minute. So how do you criticize Tibbs and say that he should go to the bench and get somebody and change up the starting roster? And then when asked what would you do, he was like, "I don't know. They don't have anybody over there." So how do you criticize Tibbs for not making an adjustment when he don't have anybody? And then when this pointed out, what would you do? You say, "Well, he don't have anybody." It's like, well, I would just shoot more bullets. And then they were like, "Well, what bullets over there do you have?" "Well, you don't have any." Right? That was the one thing. And when I heard him say that, I was like, you know what? This is clearly a job where Gundy had an axe to grind. But his boy is over there, and he didn't want to throw his boy under the bus.
So Tibbs should just run out the game, let it be 30 points that we're down the whole game, and then make a change at 5 minutes to go at the end of the game. That's when he makes the change. Maybe you should make the change at the halftime, and bringing it and just changing it up, showing something. So I got to try to change something up because the energy on the court's not working with my starters who suck, half of them.
I'm sorry, I got to look at it this way. And Freeze, I'll be honest. I got to give you your props. December 2020. I remember it like it was yesterday because I still remind you how I remember because you said it. You was like, Tibbs in the front office ain't on the same page. I was like, whoa, he just got hired 6 months ago. I jumped up and ran downstairs. And I was like, yo, Freezy, this is irresponsible on the network. How could you say that? Tibbs in the front. It just started. He inherited this team. He was like, nah, man. He was like, nah, man.
They ain't on the same page. No, they ain't.
And so I just don't know how Tibbs could give you his best. I don't have no excuse for him because this gives the best example. He says he knows he needs to shake up to get a little faster in the front lineup, in the starting lineup, and he won't do it. He keeps playing the same team, and for that I have no answer. Everybody's got to shake it up. Even championship teams have had to shake it up. Yeah, but I still don't think these are the type of players that he wants to be coaching, or when they sat and talked about what it would look like, I don't believe that this is what they agreed to. And I think that leads to some of his stubbornness. We'll tell in the long run.
Front office better be on this, man. They're gonna have to get these guys out of here. They're gonna have to get. I feel Randall's got to go. I haven't been a Randall fan. Right? Okay, we'll give him props from last season. I haven't been a Randall fan. I don't like his demeanor out there. Body language sucks all the time. Constant. What do you have? 11 points and 4 turnovers last night? Kemba is trash out there. He ain't giving nothing.
Right.
Nothing. Wave the guy. I'd rather see McBride in there. I'd rather lose with him in there than Kemba in there.
Right.
For God's sakes. Come on now. This is bull.
Yeah, I think that the first thing that happened in last night's game, Tibbs was exposed by an innovative head coach.
Big time.
And it doesn't have anything to do with age or personnel. The Miami Heat innovatively beat the Knicks, right? Because here's the thing, you can find a Duncan Robinson anywhere USA, right? Duncan Robinson doesn't jump higher than anybody. He doesn't run faster than anybody, right? At 6'7", he doesn't have he doesn't have elite handles, but what he can do is shoot, right? And when you couple him with Tyler Hero to provide balance on the floor, right, to get you out of old school defenses like ice pick and roll, right? Like the ice pick and roll is an old school defense, bro. It's you basically want to cut the court in half, force the offensive players to one side so that you can double scramble if you choose to. You don't always do it, but the option is there. But what happens is you force one guy on the back side of your defense to cover two people. Right. And so what happened last night is the Miami Heat drew us into that because that's what they wanted. They legit wanted one person to cover Duncan Robinson or PJ Tucker in the backside corner for three. Right. And we went full speed into it and either gave up looks to Duncan Robinson or PJ Tucker. Right.
Can I ask
and what happened last night is people were like, well, when did PJ Tucker start scoring 20 points a game? When did PJ Tucker start, knocking down threes with confidence and all this stuff? Well, most teams don't give them that every night, but the Knicks do. The Knicks. Have y'all ever noticed when we play somebody, some unknown always steps up, and PJ Tucker's not an unknown.
True.
But when we play teams, somebody randomly always steps up and knocks down open threes against us.
Pretty much, yes.
And you know why that is? It's not because RJ Barrett's a bad defender. That's scheme. That's a scheme thing. Right? You think RJ Barrett doesn't know how to stay with a man in a man-to-man defense? What they do is other teams, what they do is this, and I know y'all noticed this. When they start their offense, notice it's always Evan Fournier or Kemba Walker guarding on ball, right? They take the worst defender and force them to guard on ball because they know they're going to get caught up in a wash regardless. And then they force a good defender to become a average to below average defender by trying to guard two or three people. And that's what got the Miami Heat. In my opinion, that's what got the Miami Heat. Now, I may be wrong, but it's what I felt like I saw last night early on. Right?
Yeah, Robinson got open threes at the curl, the top of the key, the wing. Also, backdoor cuts, baseline cuts for Tucker. Fluid Hardwell. They did a good job with the give and goes, the lobs. And don't forget, too, Freezy, Bam Adebayo, he looked like Steve Nash out there, and Magic Johnson with his passing. 11 assists, season high for Bam Adebayo. He did a good job with his passing. And Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson look good. They look like Steph Curry and Klay Thompson out there. Their jump shot looked good, attacking the rack. Even Duncan Robinson, even floaters off the glass, backdoor cuts, man. It's like, it was ridiculous, man. And Jimmy Butler was killing in the paint, mid-range shots, etc. It's like Miami, the move very well. Miami just had a lot of balance last night. Miami had a whole lot of balance, and they were physical. If you notice, they were double teaming Randall at the baseline a whole lot. They were being physical with RJ. Kemba to shoot a bunch of threes, Fournier to shoot a bunch of threes, and that's what it was. And that's why Miami rolled through the W. And also, they just did a good job. The Heat just did a good job shooting the ball. And like what Sherwin said, Robinson did a good job moving without the ball. So, and Spoelstra just outcoached Tom Thibodeau last night.
Yeah,
big time.
That was the other Freudian slip last night too. Jeff Van Gundy said last night. Yeah, Jeff Van Gundy criticized Julius Randle for not recognizing the double team fast enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when the announcer said, "Well, if Randall doesn't see the double team coming, why do you still run the offense through Randall?" Right?
Mm.
Which started the Freudian slip, because if Randall can't recognize double teams, why do you put him as the coach? Why do you put him in a situation to recognize double teams? Why don't you run a different offense? Right?
Mm.
That started the second Freudian slip. And so what happened is Van Gundy said, "Well, as the coach, what do you do when your guy can't recognize the double teams fast enough?" Right? That was the question posed to Van Gundy. Van Gundy said, "Run something else." The guy asked, like, "What else do you run?" He was like, "I don't know. You gotta run some stuff through your point guard." Right? Which is a dumb take. That's a fan take. You don't need a Jeff Van Gundy caliber person to say run pick and roll through a point guard, right? And any of us on the panel can get paid by TNT to say that, right? So when he said he doesn't recognize them fast enough, or does he not recognize them at all? And so then he said, "Well, Randall doesn't recognize the doubles fast enough." And the guy asked him, "Well, what about the rest of the team? What are they doing when Randall's double teamed?" And so when I forget the other guy's name, but the guy, he wasn't a smart guy. He was just asking Van Gundy questions.
Oh, Dave Pash. Yeah,
okay.
Dave Pash.
Okay, so he didn't sound like somebody that knew the answers. He sounded like somebody that had questions. And so when he pressed Van Gundy didn't have an answer for what to do on the back side of the ball. But Monica McNutt from SNY about 2 months ago said the reason why Julius Randle doesn't get the ball out of his hands fast enough is because you don't have any slashes that create backside movement on the backside of your offense. When you put Julius Randle on the floor with spot up shooters and they stay in their spot and the double teams come, Randle doesn't have passing lanes fast enough to get the ball out, because you don't have 6'7", 6'8" athletes that know how to slash to the basket and can finish at the rim and create backside motion.
Why do we have Cam then? Why did they make a trade for Cam then?
No.
What is the point? To restrict him to the bench while Knox is getting play in Atlanta?
Right.
He's getting play every night, more than he ever got with the Knicks.
Right.
And Cam is sitting on the bench. Got 10 minutes last night, while Gibson.
But they don't play together though. But
no,
I don't think Randle and Cam Reddish don't play together.
You got to change things up. You got to try something different. You got to try a different set of keys. See what's going to fit in the lock, maybe something.
Right.
Instead of doing the same thing where you got Kemba out there, 7 points, and that's it.
Kemba funny with his jacking up threes out there. Kemba funny with his jacking up threes.
He's a mess, man.
And Randall, he was jacking up a bunch of threes in the second half, man. I mean, RJ. Go ahead.
Where was no? I'm sorry, go ahead, Jay.
Noel was out.
Yeah, Noel again. Every other day he's out. Mm-hmm. That contract. I mean, what? Oh God, Noel. He doesn't play. This guy's got a contract. Horrible.
Yeah, prepare for downfall, man. I mean, prepare for downfall. Unless something happens in the deadline, it's going to be a rough slide. Because this schedule is bad. I mean, Milwaukee. I mean, you got Sacramento. I mean, we might beat the Kings, but who knows? You got Memphis. They're hungry. LA. You got Utah, Denver, Golden State. Come on, Portland, OKC. Brooklyn, Miami, Philadelphia twice, Phoenix, Clippers, Come on, man. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, no. I mean, the front office was trying to build off from last season and add these pieces that don't fit.
It doesn't work. And also, we're not sharing the ball. We're not moving the ball. We're turning the ball over like crazy. We're not making free throws. We're not finding the open man. We're playing a lot of hero ball.
Yep.
To me, personally, for me, I want a point guard that can not only get us into transition, but for me, I want a point guard that can shoot the ball to take pressure off RJ Barrett. That's just me. Because RJ is going to get double teamed. I don't just want a point guard that just play defense. I want a point guard that can help stretch the floor because RJ is going to get doubled and tripled in games. I want a point guard that can help shoot the ball. Salute Danny, by the way.
D-Money, salute. Everybody salute.
So, like, if I were the Knicks, would you consider trading for Christian Wood and Kevin Porter? Would you consider?
For who?
From the Rockets? Christian Wood and Kevin Porter from the Rockets.
Who are we giving up?
Maybe you might consider maybe Kemba, maybe Fournier, maybe a few picks. Which you can I'm just considering maybe Obi in there. I'm just saying considering maybe a few picks, Obi, Walker, Fournier.
Damn, all that for just Christian Wood and Kevin Porter Jr. They really work.
You wouldn't consider that though, because I think Kevin Porter and Christian Wood will help this team though. Because they want something good back there. They want something good back.
How would they help? I'm just asking, just wanting to.
Because Kevin Porter, I think, can help. I know Kevin Porter can pass when he wants to. He can shoot. Not a great shooter, but he can stretch the floor and he can attack the basket. Christian Wood, as a big man, can stretch the floor and he can get to the hole. He can salute Nick Gas, by the way.
Salute to everybody in the panel. Salute, fellas.
I'm just considering. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying that I would consider making that move if I were New York, though, because this roster is not working. That's all I'm saying.
So let me ask. I want to ask D Poetic and Gi this, because this is a philosophy question. It's not a on the court X's and O's question, right? Because the X's and O's stuff, we won't be able to fix X's and O's stuff as long as Tibbs feels like he's backed into a corner, right? But here's a philosophy question for y'all. You know this roster has shortcomings, right? Do you look to make major improvements in a season that may be lost, or do you ride out this season with what you have and look to make wholesale changes in the offseason?
I'll let Gi answer that first.
My back, my circuit interrupted. Let me know if I break up. I mean, that's where you got to make sure you strike with. Number one, you got to strike when the iron is hot. So whenever the iron is hot, you strike. It doesn't matter when. There's no wrong time to make the right move. My concern is, what leverage do you have now? And that's why I think the best move right now, and I hope it works, is I think Dallas really needs that 23 pick back. And I don't know if they can afford Jalen Brunson. While it's risky to give him up because he really can make a difference in this year's season, I don't know if they realistically can win a championship. And I don't know if I don't know what matters for them right now. Looking good or winning a championship. If you can't win a championship, then it don't matter. But I think Jalen Brunson is the only move that really makes sense that can make this team go now. He could hold the ball long enough to where Julius and RJ can get the ball in positions to where they can be more effective and more efficient. But right now, if you're just looking for Julius and RJ to carry the ball on their own, it's going to be a long rest of the way. And nobody's going to develop doing that. So I would hope that you can make the move now for Brunson. If not, Freezy, wait till the offseason. And then if that's the case, let these young guys play so you can at least see what you got in the back of the house.
I would say this, Gi, that I would advise you to look at the team advanced analytics and individual advanced analytics with Jalen Brunson, and you might sing a different tune. Doesn't really move the needle like that. So I'm just saying, just check it out. See.
All right.
No, I don't. I don't know. Oh, hold on.
So we got Sam coming in. Hold on, let me find Sam's. Okay.
Sam.
Oh, nice.
Sam, what's up? So if he doesn't move the needle, D, then I'm gonna say you gotta just bite the bullet till next year then, because you want to. There'll be more available in the off season than there will be at the break.
I think there's moves to be made. It's just a matter is that does the front office have the balls to do it? Is the question. You could shape this around. There are teams in the NBA that are interested in Julius Randle. There are teams that really do like what he brings and feel that it can fit on their, with their organization. Now, whether that's full goals or not, I'm not going to judge them. They can take them if they want. But, you know what I'm saying? There is value out there for him, and there are moves that could be made. Absolutely. What was your question, Freezy?
Do you make the moves? His position was knowing where things is going, knowing you got to shake it up. Do you do it now in season or outside? And that's what my answer was. You really strike when the iron's hot is the true answer.
Oh yeah, and I agree with.
I feel like we're 10 games away from deciding that. So I think by game 6,
yeah, I didn't come in and just bogart a conversation that was already.
Let me say hello first, bro. Please say hello first.
Hello earlier.
No, but
he can have it, bro.
I think his connection is just a little slow, GR.
Oh, okay.
It looks like he in Matrix right now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I see that.
Hey, Danny, you see I'm on your Danny Landis vibes today. They got me dressing up, so I had to wear my.
See that? I thought you were at my job too.
He can have it. Hey, Sam, D said you can have the floor. I mean,
you can be the next coach.
I was talking about Nick Gas. He can have it.
No, he can have it. No, I don't have any. I'm just listening right now.
You guys hear me? Can you guys hear me better? Sorry.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit though, Nick Gas. Go ahead.
I'll be out of the panel in a minute. I'm just trying to say, I feel like we're 10 games away from deciding that. I do feel like we're kind of on the brinks of I do believe I agree with what Uncle Freeze is saying. Let's see what the young guys have. Stop giving so much burn to a bunch of veterans that we already know Kemba Walker's done. He shouldn't be starting for us. We already know Nerlens Noel. I don't know why we brought him back because he's been so bad. And whoever keeps pummeling on Mitchell Robinson when Mitchell's getting paid $1.3 million. Meanwhile, Nerlens Noel's getting paid $7 million, and he barely has consistency in this team. So I do agree that we're 10 games away from that. By game 60, if we continue this back-to-back losses, no, it's a wrap. Like we gotta figure it out for next year because we keep riding on this last year. I'm sorry. Quit me with this coach of the year. Dwayne Casey got fired right after getting coach of the year. So stop the love with Tips because he brought us to the playoff. That was not. So many Knicks fans from the 90s are literally dying. So we need a championship in the next 3-4 years. This guy is not that guy. He's not that guy. Sorry.
Okay. And Tony Forever, what's good?
What's good?
How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, Freezy?
Good. Hey, welcome to the joint, man.
Welcome. I've been a fan since like I would say since the draft videos. Back in the summer, I used to watch you a lot, but I just worked. So this is my first time getting on.
Hey, everybody, tell them welcome. Yeah, man.
Yeah, welcome.
Salute.
Sure, man. Welcome.
So to answer your question, Freezy, The moves have to be made now because we're not going to win a championship. We're not championship contending. We're probably not going to make the playoffs. So why would I still ride with the core of the team knowing that that's my destination? So I would definitely have to make a move. Like I said before, there's a lot of value for Julius Randle within the league. There are teams that are interested in him and his skill set. So why not explore that? You have to find a way to. I don't think anybody wants Evan Fournier for the rest of the year, so you would have to find a way to get rid of him. But that might be a little bit harder because I don't think the market
Hang on.
as lucrative. I don't think the market would be as lucrative for him as Julius Randle. I think Kemba you have to waive because I think you have to do a good job with player relations within the league. And if you waive Kemba, at least he has the opportunity to go where he wants to go, as opposed to trading him somewhere. Like if you trade him to Portland, like what is Kemba Walker going to do in Portland, bro? Right. So you wanted a place where, and I put it to you like this. You want a place where older vets go, where they're like, okay, if it doesn't work out there, I know the organization will take care of me. So it's a place to go. It's a place to put in my effort. But I also have to ask this question too. Like, if I'm a young kid, right? And it's like, I have to be a parent and I have to evaluate this, like bringing my kid to a daycare center, right? And it's like, do I want my young kid really going to this Knicks organization right now with Tibbs in the front office at the helm? I don't think so.
Right.
So now I can't attract vets. I can't attract young players. What are we doing?
So I have two things I want to pose to you, because the thing about making a move right now is this: if you can't pull off a major move, you're still basically going to be in a similar position,
which is fine.
Right. And so if you are the Knicks, do you explore scenarios like Kemba Walker for a very young backcourt player, like a Cam Thomas, like a Bones Highland, like a BJ Boston? Do you explore that? Now, the three teams I just mentioned are all teams that will need help for their playoff push. Brooklyn, Denver, Clippers. Right?
Okay.
So they would all value having a point guard such as Kemba Walker during their playoff push for the short term. Yeah. Right? I mentioned Cam Thomas, Bones Highland, and BJ Boston. Right? Now, with that said, if you pull the trigger on a move like that, like to a Brooklyn, to a Denver, to a Los Angeles, the young player that you get in return, would you be frustrated if Tibbs didn't give him minutes right away?
Tibbs might not give him minutes.
Right.
So what would be the point?
That's what I'm getting at.
I actually think we're gonna do Kemba a favor and cut him, but so he could go to the Brooklyn.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, unless Tibbs with the front offices, they just play these guys that are trash out there, so we could showcase them and we could trade them off. Unless there's some sort of thing going on like that, which probably not. But if it was showcasing them, then trade them. So I don't know.
So
who are you showcasing?
I get that.
That's what I'm saying. A Fournier, a Kemba, just to get them at it. I mean, you're giving them this much play.
We showcased them. How's that working out?
Yeah, it's making their value go down.
I'm saying we got to trade these people.
Their value's going down by a showcase.
I understand that, but the whole that's the indictment on the front office,
right?
And Tibbs, because he plays them too many damn minutes.
Right.
Okay. So it's like
Mitchell Robinson. I think Mitchell Robinson is going to get traded soon. That's
I hope not. Mitchell's a guy you want to keep moving forward.
I want to keep him. Knowing the Knicks, they would trade a guy like this. Knowing the Knicks, so just keep an eye on that. I don't know why Tibbs is playing him a lot, but I feel like Mitch is playing for next year contract type of thing right now.
Oh,
and I don't bring him.
And so my question was more of just a question. And if y'all didn't notice, that the question that I asked about the three specific guys are all guys that the front office passed on in the NBA draft.
I was just about to say that, Freezy. We could have had them. Each one.
Yeah,
of them.
yeah. And so if they do this thing, is that a situation where the front office admits that they made a mistake and looks to correct the mistake that they made? So for the record, GI, BJ Boston would be that young bouncy wing player that you. Hey, matter of fact, third quarter against the Clippers run an inbound play, right? They run the John Collins lob play, right? It's the exact play that Lloyd Pierce ran with John Collins 2 or 3 times a game in Atlanta before he got fired, right? Where you see 3 guys sprint to the 3-point line and screen for a slasher that's headed to the rim. They screen so that he can get an open lob look at the basket. Y'all remember the play where BJ Boston caught the wide open lob at the basket?
Mm-hmm.
So GI, that guy that caught that lob that looked insane with the hops, that's BJ Boston.
Yeah, we need something like that.
Yeah.
We need.
But okay, I'm sorry.
No. I was gonna. I thought you was moving off of it. No, he would allow us to what?
Give you athletic flexibility on the perimeter. Last night when Miami predictedly double teamed Julius Randle when he touched the ball, right? All you had was, and no knock on Grimes and RJ, but they are not quick twitch, quick burst athletes that can immediately get open and slash to the basket and dunk on somebody. They have skills in other areas, and their skills in other areas are good, but they are not that. You know what I'm saying? BJ Boston, your Cam Reddishes, on the other hand, while I'm not saying that Cam Reddish is Michael Jordan, what I will say is that he does at least give you athleticism and some burst where he can slash to the rim and score.
Yeah, but did you see him when he got in the game last night, though?
He looked so disinterested, bro.
Yeah, D. I was
pretty good defense though, and he rebounded the ball.
I was going to make that point, D.
But his feet was he was just standing there flat.
Yeah, because think about it, Gi. It's like this with Cam Reddish. He's like, okay, coach, you know what? I seen the team down 30. Now you want to put me in the game,
right?
Like, what player? Like, the confidence goes from him getting 5 minutes to not playing, and then you put him in down 30. As a player, like, how do you make yourself interested to want to get into the game and actually, be in the flow of things?
Garbage time. Garbage.
So now, Freezy, to answer your question about moving Kemba Walker to get these type of players, right? So, like, let's think about the Clippers for a second, right? The Clippers are down Paul George and Kawhi Leonard probably for the whole season, most likely, right?
Right, yeah.
Why would they ever give us Brandon Boston Jr. for Kemba Walker?
Because he's a second-round pick.
Yeah, but he fills a void in which they're missing right now.
Point guard?
No, I'm talking about they don't have Kawhi Leonard and they don't have Paul George, which are dynamic wing players. So he fills that void while they're out.
Okay.
And he develops with them. Right. And he gets a place in the rotation next year when everybody's back full strength. So why would they give that up for Kemba Walker?
Do you feel like they're a developing team or a playoff team?
And Freezy,
I think they have no choice this year but to develop because they don't have the guys, right?
I don't know how much stock you can put into this, but I've heard multiple reports and sources say that the Clippers, I think that they'd be more interested, even though this is going to be a crazy take. Some people might think it's crazy. I think they're more interested in John Wall than Kemba Walker right now. That's just from what I've been hearing out of recent reports.
That's not too far-fetched.
Yeah, and are they interested in the buyout? Not a post-buyout John Wall or full contract John Wall?
I think it would have to be a buyout for anybody to be interested, especially that the Clippers team. I don't think they have the money at all to facilitate that type of move without giving up somebody.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. So they have their best 2 players locked up on max deals. Right. And so in order for you to bring in another max contract, You're heaven and earth. You already know the scenario. So let me bring Cornerstone Cav in here just real quick. Hold on.
Yo, what's with this Game of Thrones theme, bro? What's going
Luke
on?
Kev, a couple.
I love it.
Hey, Kev, you good?
No, I'm not. And you think I should be not good because of, what I'm going through. But last night just really put me over the edge. I was on Sim's show and I said I had no confidence, and my thing came to fruition last night. I'm just so disgusted with this team right now because where last year I had the belief, and years before I had the belief, no matter how bad we were, this year on paper I thought we were good, and now I have no belief, no nothing. And I'm rolling with all these, these guys saying back, let the tank begin and all this stuff. I'm with it now because this team has no desire, has no heart, has no guts, no nothing. I think probably only a couple of guys on this team show that they care. All the rest of them do not.
No heart.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kev.
Do not.
I agree with you.
And I'm gonna start with two people. I'm gonna start with Julius Randle because everybody saw the picture of when they were all in the huddle, and he did an Alfred Payton yesterday and was staying out the huddle. And this is supposed to be our leader.
Don't forget,
Wait a minute.
No. Really, Unc.
Yeah,
Let me finish.
You sound like a
what?
non-knowledgeable basketball fan.
Oh, come on.
Pointing out the highest paid player.
Whatever.
That's what you sound like.
That's the way he's acting. Well, that's the way he's acting.
Kev,
this is the guy that they gave the bag. Wait a minute.
What defense did the Miami Heat run last night at the beginning of the game?
Okay.
What defense did the Miami Heat run?
Right, so he's not going to let me finish. Okay. All
right. No. Because you came on fire. I just don't want to make sure you don't burn yourself up. Right. What defense did the Miami Heat run last night at the beginning of the game?
It was man to man.
Right.
And Ghetto Intellect, I apologize for everything I said because you are totally right. You are totally right.
So you said the Miami Heat came out in a man-to-man defense, and the Knicks could not score in against a straight up man-to-man defense against the Miami Heat. That's one of the things you're frustrated about, right?
Freezy, Randall looks so miserable.
Man, hey, but Cornerstone Cav look miserable right now too.
So am I. I was watching the game with Lucas and I was falling asleep last night. It was so bad.
Right. So what I'm trying to get at it with Cav.
So am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking this, guys? Am I wrong?
No, listen.
No,
I'm not saying that you're wrong for being passionate. What I'm saying is everything that happens on an NBA basketball floor can't be pointed at one person.
And I'm saying my scope is for everybody. But what I'm saying is there are only a couple people that showed that they cared.
Who showed you that yesterday?
RJ showed me he cared.
Mm-hmm.
The young guy, and I said a couple people. I'm looking more like the young guys because they're trying to play. My vets showed me nothing. Kimber showed me nothing. Fournier showed me nothing. Randall showed me nothing. Alex Burks showed me nothing. And we gave Alex Burks a nice contract. We gave Randall the bag. We brought these two guys in. I would have wrapped, right now, as much as we I'm not going to use the word, but as much as we complain about Alfred Payton and about Reggie Bullock, I would have rather have them writing down, and that's real.
And
I would
Frank
have rather
too,
have
right?
them write down. I mean, people can keep clowning me about Frank all they want.
Nah,
I don't.
he's sincere about Frank, bro. He's not clowning you.
No, but I'm just saying. No, not him, but people in the chat and everything. Yeah, I love Frank. I'm not gonna lie, I love Frank. But at least he played when he was out there. At least tried to. He gave a damn.
And by the way, Kev, Julius Randle got a bag. He didn't get the bag.
He didn't get the bag. If he got the bag,
So that's the reason why I mean, it is a total contrast from when he played last year to where he played this year. I don't know if it's because the fans weren't in the stands.
Multiple reasons.
He's not that guy.
He's not built for the city.
I think it's more mental with Julius, Kev.
Because as much as we harped on Carmelo Anthony faced the music.
You know, that's funny you bring that up, Kev. I want to apologize to Carmelo Anthony because I trashed him for a lot of years, right? But I started looking at his advanced analytics, right? And I was like, yo, they build around him completely wrong. Yep. And the front office was inept even then. I mean, of course, they've been inept for like 20 years already, or 30 years, I should say. But I looked at it and I was like, yo, his offensive box plus minus was ridiculous. In the years he was here, it was actually his best when he was here. And I was like, wow, I'm looking at it. And I'm like, I would have put a whole defensive team around him, bro. And just knowing that he's a bucket.
Right.
And just get guys that can help him out defensively and get some guys that can make and play some defense. And I think we would have been fine.
Yeah. They did him wrong.
And occasionally, and get him an occasional guy, like in my opinion, every elite level scorer needs at a 1D that's about 17 to 18 points a game. You have to have it. Yeah. Because what happens is in the Jordan year, remember when Jordan used to score 38 a game? Jordan averaged like 38 a game. He didn't have that one guy consistently to get 20. Right? And teams could beat them because they'd be like, hey, we just let him score 38. And we just beat them 100 to 85.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But then when you brought in your Pippins and your Grants to balance the floor, like one guy is an all-time splasher, small forward, defender, whatever you want to call Scottie Pippen. Mm-hmm. The other guy was the modern stretch 4 big / rebounder defender, right? And then you had small perimeter guys to defend, but could knock down threes. And so they had a template that they used and it worked. But to Kev, to your point though, what I'm getting at is I don't want to make it seem like I'm coming after you, bro. What I wanted to point out is that last night there were a lot of strategic and tactical things that were done incorrectly. And I think it might be unfair to just blame, you know what I'm saying, the best player when the best player is not the coach.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So last night, you know, everyone sees Sim's show, and he always does like the matchups. Okay, so Randall went up against he was matched up against PJ Tucker. PJ Tucker scored over 20 last night. Mm-hmm. Roberson went up against
Robinson.
Robinson went up against, I always pronounce his name wrong, Sam.
RJ Barrett.
You good, yeah.
No. RJ Barrett went up against
Jimmy Butler.
Went up against Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
I get that.
About Mitch and Bam. Crazy.
No, well actually I was talking about Robinson and Fournier. Fournier.
Yeah.
He scored over 20.
Yeah, he destroyed Fournier.
Right. Kemba Walker going up against another guy, Gabe Vincent. Someone I never heard of, and he made an impact.
That's crazy.
Bam goes up against Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson came to play, but still, I knew that he was going to get him in foul. You know, try to get him in foul trouble. which is what happened.
Kev, how much did Butler have?
But
Butler had over 20.
Oh my
God!
But
that's exactly why I tried to spare you from self-imploding, right?
No,
because you mentioned a player versus player pregame matchup, right? But what you didn't mention is that Tibbs don't care about that. Tibbs has a defensive scheme that he comes in with, the ice pick and roll, right? It's not like PJ Tucker stood in front of Julius Randle and broke down Julius Randle all game and scored 20 plus points. That's not what happened, right? What happened was Eric Spoelstra knew what Tom Thibodeau's defense is, right? And they game planned against it beforehand. And what that led to is your one weak side defender having to choose between one or two people, sometimes three, in a scramble, right? Do I scramble to the corner to guard PJ Tucker's 3-point shot, or do I scramble to the weak side wing to Duncan Robinson, right? And so when RJ scrambles to one, the other is open for an open look from three. And so while you line these guys up by position in a pregame thing, it doesn't mean that those guys play defense head up on each other all game long. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying about that. PJ Tucker didn't ISO Randall and just give Randall.
But he still got 20 something off him. AG Money, how you doing, man?
So regardless of what we just said about Tom Thibodeau's pick and roll defense, you just said that's what I'm
just
saying.
Regardless, I don't care what I'm saying right now, because I'm just so angry. I'm just so angry right now because everything I said came to fruition last night. And don't let me get started with Tibbs. Our kids, I'm not gonna say rookies, our kids get us to be down 8, and then you put everybody else in, and they go up 18.
Let me ask you a question, Kev. Let me ask you a question, Kev. Do you want the front office here in the future? Based on what they've done so far, yes or no?
This will surprise you, but yes, I do.
Okay. Do you want Tom Thibodeau here?
No.
Okay. Do you want Julius Randle here?
Hell no. Hell no.
Do you want Julius Randle here?
Hell no.
The old Kevin would have said yes. This new one, after the New Year's, in the new year, no, I do not.
Do you want Evan Fournier here?
Hell no.
Fournier, no.
So what I ask you all these questions because when we reach the buzzsaw of this schedule, and it will continue for another month and a half or so, it ain't going nowhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be lucky if we win two more games, because I knew about the schedule. I knew it.
We're not beating Milwaukee. We're not. Go ahead.
So we're not.
We're not.
Just not winning these games, right?
I'm not gonna say we're not, because we just faced. I'm not gonna say we're gonna lose. I'm not gonna say that.
I mean, that's you. I can't get what I'm saying.
Let me hear.
Don't be a Debbie Downer.
I'm in a Q&A.
It's not about being a Debbie Downer. It's me being a realist.
Debbie Downer, and don't bring that
energy. Being a Debbie Downer. We're 10-19.
Hey guys.
It's reality. That's facts.
D had a point. D was trying to make a point. Let me hear it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So I ask you all these questions because when the buzzsaw of the schedule comes, that something like last night is going to look more like a familiar scenario as this buzzsaw of the schedule goes on.
Yep.
These guys that you don't want here won't be here. So my question to you is, why are you angry?
I guess because I'm such an optimist. I've been optimist, for years. Even when we were at our lowest point, I've been an optimist. And before this season started, this team, at least I thought on paper, looked like we could go maybe above the 4th seed. I went to the first game of the season.
I
went to the first game of the season and we won in double overtime. And then the next game we go down to Orlando and beat the snot out of them.
I got you.
Come home and lose to the worst team in the league. But I gave that a mulligan, and then we lose to them again weeks later.
Right.
and lose again. That's by
So,
then
Kev,
I knew that things were going
I got you.
go
I
down.
got you. So you said it at the very beginning. You just said you had expectations of being better than we were last year. The question I have for you is that if you saw last year we didn't address the weaknesses on this roster, right? And we brought in two players that don't move the needle, that are defensively inconsistent, and have never been real impact players on their teams. Why did you think that?
Because I had the blinders on Kemba. That
Ah,
was a
okay,
point guard. That was a
okay.
point guard
Hmm.
who I thought would help us out tremendously. I thought I was thinking because he always beat the hell out of us when he was playing. I just did not know the significance of the injury that he has.
So you just weren't knowledgeable of the injury, basically. What
I
you're
was
saying.
not knowledgeable of the injury. No, I was not.
Okay,
No, I was
no
not.
problem.
With Fournier, I thought that he wasn't. I knew that he wasn't very good defensively, but at least could shoot it up. He's not even doing that now.
No.
Okay, so that was another thing. And I thought because of the rookies that we got with McBride, with the Grimes, with the Jericho Sims, that Tibbs would at least put them in the rotation. And the only one that's been in there is Grimes, and even then, it took so many games for him to, I guess, quote unquote, earn his trust.
Hmm.
These other two guys aren't even getting in at all. I thought we would have the Burks of last year, and that's clearly not happening. And I thought Randall would go forth. I mean, Randall was the most improved, and he was an all-star. And he made Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, he made second team all NBA.
Second team, or yes, you're correct.
Okay. You would think that would him, that would just push him up, the ladder a little bit. And this hasn't happened. The only one that's taken, well, I'm going to say RJ took a step forward, but
Hmm.
his free throw shooting, where it was, superb last year, it's taken a dip this year.
Hmm. Okay.
So that's the reason why I'm so angry, because these guys have the potential and they are not living up to my expectations.
Okay, no problem.
So, Paris Duggan, thank you for the generous contribution. Keep Randall as off-ball power forward, rebounds, passing, toughness. He's simply signed at too good of a value for his talent level. He may be fixable. Okay.
Yeah, Mook.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think he's just so mentally far gone that it's kind of hard to be that optimistic with Randall.
I mean, if you just look, you guys know through the eyes, Randall hasn't been very good this year. And Randall has pretty much been the way he's been throughout most of his career this season, except for last year being the anomaly. But, that's why I encourage you guys, your expectations, your anger, all that will all be deflated by just doing some homework.
Right.
And just realize that when you do advanced analytics on team and individual, you will realize that guys aren't as good as advertised. That 20, 10, and 5 don't mean jack diddly if it's not impacting winning.
Right.
Exactly.
They're called empty stats is a real stat. That really exists.
D, could you argue that he's playing worse now than his first season with the Knicks?
Yes.
Yes,
You can make the argument of that, but that first year he was here, he was clearly being selfish. Being selfish with that, the first year he was here with Fizdale. But at the same time, Fizdale clearly wanted Randall to be a second option to Marcus Morris. Right? And you saw it because Marcus Morris took the most shots, he scored the most points. Julius Randle was averaging 18. Morris was averaging about 19.9 on 44% from three. Well, in the small sample size he was here. Right?
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sam, you can make that argument to answer your question.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry. Randall did himself a disservice because he's not good under pressure, as we all know. He's just not, especially in New York. He did himself a disservice what he did weeks ago with the thumbs thing. He should have not, because he created more pressure on himself to up his game even more. He should not have done that. Not in New York City. He should not have done that. Now he's got more pressure on himself to produce and do the right things or whatever. It's just, with him, he's not cut out for it. That's why listen, my book, you got to trade him to something.
D'Angelo,
you know, if it's a pointer. Yeah.
Just let me say this to Sam real quick, because I just don't want to get off real quick. So Sam, you are correct. He was better his first year here than he is this season. You're correct.
Yeah, D'Angelo, remember years back with the Yankees when Jack McDowell gave the finger to the fans?
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah,
and that was like his death sentence right there.
It was.
This might be the same thing. It's
unfortunate. He's a good guy, but on the court, you know.
He's got royalty.
This feels like Carl Pavano.
Go ahead.
Carl Pavano.
He's been treated with royalty. His family's been treated like royalty. You know.
Yeah, and he just created so much pressure for himself now.
But
and he's got to step up.
They cursed the man's wife. That's royalty.
I mean, come on. And the other thing too is let's not act like New York fans are the most welcoming fans.
Yeah, like we're not.
Come on.
We're not, but you can't antagonize it either. You can't antagonize it either.
Well,
and I think that's what he did.
But Kev, hear my point though. Let's not act like these same fans didn't run Reggie Jackson out of town, Mr. October. Right, Reggie Jackson won them 2 World Series back to back, right? Mm-hmm. And then the team got old, and they booed Reggie Jackson out of town, bro. They went Reggie, Mr. October. Right, it's the same.
But he didn't.
It's the same organization that ran Carmelo Anthony out of town. How Carmelo Anthony ended his tenure
but he
here.
Still embraced the fans. He still embraced the fans.
But Kev.
But did he not? Did he not?
You sound irrational.
No, I don't.
Y'all sound irrational right now. Y'all sound like those same fans that got y'all drawers tucked up y'all butt.
How do we sound like that? I'm just calling what I see.
Kev, okay. 6 months ago. Same fan 6 months ago was yelling MVP,
right.
MVP, MVP.
Not me. Oh no,
man. Nah, man. The thing
nobody MVP for that, mom.
The thing about some New York fans is this. Some fans. They are saying, "Hey, man, you are our star, and we love you."
With the New York, so you're telling me Julius Randle loves playing for the Parkhorn lady in MSG. She loves playing for the security guard in MSG. But when the real fans that play money, when they understand he can play for us, but he wants to play with a nice little gym. So he's a professional exerciser. That's what you're telling me. Like he cannot.
No. What I'm telling you is you, Nick Gas, are crazy. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about them. I'm not speaking to people that pay $3,500, per night per seat. I'm talking about Nick Gas. You are bananas.
And delusional too.
And delusional. And Cornerstone Cab, you are off your rocker.
Bucks. I'm putting
that's what I'm saying.
On the
because what I'm saying is this. The Carmelo Anthony year, the last few Carmelo Anthony years here, y'all know that Phil Jackson was trying to run Carmelo Anthony out of town. Y'all know that.
Yeah, that's true.
It was all over the media that Phil Jackson was trying to get Carmelo Anthony to wave his.
He told fans to start count when he get the ball. They said he told fans, if you want to be a smart basketball fan, count when Melo gets the ball. If he holds it more than 3 seconds.
And what did Carmelo Anthony do to us? How did he handle that? How did Carmelo handle it?
But those are the points.
What do you mean it's not the same? What?
That's the Kev. What I'm getting at is you are crazy. You are off your goddamn rocker.
How?
Kev, as a fan, because you let the smallest thing push you to criticize the player as opposed to what is actually going on the court.
Okay,
Julius Randle,
so it didn't
Julius
mean
Randle,
anything.
why he deserves to be
D'Angelo,
booed.
it didn't mean nothing then. It didn't mean nothing.
No, listen. And Kevin's defense. But wait, hold on, Freezy. But the thing is, okay, when he gave his thumb, not his middle finger, to the fans, that was right to do.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, but was it right to do?
Come on, guys.
So what I'm
saying.
We got way bigger issues in this, bro.
Right.
Like, come on.
As a Knicks fan, I'm sick of losing. How long are we going to lose? And that's the bottom line.
Yeah, now you see why sometimes I just snatch everybody off the screen and just talk about myself, right?
Yeah.
Because what happens is when you have people come on and they be irrational, not only in what they say but their mindset, it makes the whole conversation turn sideways. You like, yo, why do I even bring people up here if we ain't gonna be rational, right? So the thing is with Cornerstone Kev is saying, I understand his passion, and I'm passionate that way too. I'm with him. I hate losing, right? But the thing is, what I'm saying about the Carmelo Anthony thing, don't compare the Carmelo Anthony thing and the way that he left to Julius Randle. Because it's not the same.
All right, that's what I was saying.
It's not the same. It's not a rational way of thinking.
Okay, can I retort that?
So no, because you just said, well, when Carmelo Anthony, and as soon as you brought up Carmelo Anthony, you compared him to Julius Randle. Julius Randle should not have done what he did to the fans. Period. He should not have done it. Right?
And I'm saying Carmelo
was
Anthony
he frustrated? Was he frustrated? Yes. Should he have done it? No. Should fans be offended? They have the right to be offended. That's my stance on that, right? But the thing with Carmelo Anthony leaving, the front office turned on Carmelo Anthony and was stabbing him in the back while he was still trying to play his best basketball for the fans, right? Does that mean that every player should stand up to that type of heat from the New York media? No, it's not just, and it's not fair. That's what I'm saying. Now, should we trade Julius Randle? If you feel like he should go, man, that's your opinion.
What do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, what's your position?
So my position on Julius Randle is this, right? And just hear me clearly on this. Just hear me out, because it might take a few seconds.
Not that.
All right. So this New York franchise is not one that acquires talent easily.
Mm-hmm.
We, in our first round picks, notoriously are draft busts. We always strike out in free agency, and our trades never work. Right? So we get a guy that came here, wanted to be here, and wanted to be a star here. What I'm saying with Julius Randle is, give this cat a chance to turn this thing around. Because if you get rid of Randle, you're not guaranteed to get a player just as good as Randle.
I agree.
And then I'm gonna have to hear the same mess from these same irrational Knicks fans. Well, in 2 years, such and such will be a free agent. You know, Dolan got money. Of course LeBron James will sign here because Dolan got money. Well, of course, our first round pick is the greatest pick ever. Our coach is just stupid. Our coach is stupid. That's why our first round pick is a bust. You know, of course, such and such trade is going to work. Of course, we watched them in a trade because we're the Knicks. We always win trades, right? It's the same as I've been hearing for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And none of it is true. We didn't sign Michael Jordan in 96 because it's New York. Remember that? 96, Michael Jordan's a free agent. Oh, he won championships in Chicago, but one championship is New York is equal to 10 championships in Chicago. So of course Michael Jordan gonna come here, sign, and take all of the Dolan's money. Well, we were wrong. In 2010, LeBron James did not come here. Kevin Durant did not sign here. You know why? Because our fans are freaking crazy. That's why.
Front office is smarter on the other side of the coin. Front office is smarter on the other side of the coin.
No matter what front office it is, bro. No matter if you're talking about Al Bianchi all the way through to Leon Rose, we put smart people in place, but we have factors in New York City that don't occur in other places. It's just not the same. And you wonder why teams win championships and have dynasties in places like Santa Clara, Oakland, San Francisco, Golden State, whatever they want to call themselves. They have dynasties in places like that. And in San Antonio, Texas. You know what I'm saying? In Miami, Florida. But you can't formulate a dynasty in New York City, New York. You wonder why that is. Why is that? Why is that? Is that just because the basketball is played differently in New York City than it is in other places? No, it's not. We just don't allow the gestation period to be long enough for us to develop a culture so that we can become a dynasty.
How long we got to wait, Breezy? How long we got to wait? We got to be more patient with this team after all these years?
Hold on a second. So you're saying that we should gestate on the process of Julius Randle? This is what we're getting to.
No. What I'm saying is Julius Randle is a small piece to a huge puzzle. That's what I'm saying.
Small piece.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why if we had drafted Steph Curry would have been a bust. That's why
guy's 27 years old, going on 28. How long we gotta wait?
That's why if we had drafted DeMar DeRozan would have been a bust.
I don't know about that, bro.
Well, prove me wrong. How many championships do we have?
No, I understand that part, but what you're trying to say that like it's like whoever we bring here, that it's not going to work out, and you're that is what you're saying.
No.
It's like they come to the abyss. They just come in. It's a black hole. Boom.
No. What I'm saying is what I'm getting at is this. Just like with Cornerstone Cav and his unreasonable take with Randall being the reason why we lost last night, right? There are more factors at play than we give credit to, right? Like for instance, what we should be celebrating is the fact that we drafted a guy in the first round and he is not looking like a draft bust in RJ Barrett.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what's so instead of us looking at all the negative stuff that's happening, what we should be doing is celebrating like the victories that we do have, right? Like for instance, instead of us blaming Randall for everything, listen, the pack of Newports in New York City right now is $13.25, I believe, right?
Mm.
And so listen, so this is what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is this. Quentin Grimes is a late first round pick, right? And to you guys, Quentin Grimes looks like a player, right? Does Quentin Grimes look like a player to y'all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Frank Ntilikina, Kevin Knox, all these guys that had come along before him, they were all draft busts. What I'm saying is we look at the negative side of everything all the time. We should start looking at the bright side of stuff is what I'm getting at. Right? And I know that sounds crazy. Like, why would I look at the bright side of something? What's the point in that? What's the point in not being negative? The point is the Knicks do have certain pieces in place, but this thing is going to take a lot longer than we want to sit by for in order to turn around. It's going to take a lot of Quentin Grimes type picks, a lot of RJ Barrett type picks in order for us to become the championship contender that we want to be. Because right now, if we born Julius Randle and all of that stuff, it don't matter how much money you have in free agency, bro. You can have all the money that you want. Nobody is going to come here and nobody's going to sign up to be the star of this grinder.
Right.
Okay. So back to the point. So Julius Randle, you feel that Julius Randle is a small piece,
right,
to a bigger picture,
right? No. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
because he has value. Like it's okay. Say for instance, if you
I
take
understand
it
the
from
value.
D'Angelo, if you take it from D'Angelo's
I get it.
perspective, right?
Mhm.
Say he's not a piece. Then that means you can't trade him for anything because he has no value.
We understand that he has value. That's why teams want him.
Right.
But the whole thing is that we're in the midst of like we don't have a foundational piece, Freezy. You know that, right? We do not have a foundational piece to build around. You do not build around Julius Randle.
Right.
At this moment in time, you do not build around RJ Barrett.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
So you need to either draft, develop, or acquire the piece that you're going to build your team around.
When have you been successful doing that in the past?
It doesn't matter. The matters is that you still have to do it.
Right.
You have to work on that.
Right. So
And that's
so
what Leon
my
Rose
point.
is taking these people's money for. He said he's going to do what nobody else did.
Right.
Which is?
So okay. Hey, so let me knock out these super chats real quick. So, Paris Duggar, thank you for the super chat. Paris Duggar says Randall is going through something very distracting. And Papo171 was good. Thank you for your generous contribution. Can't celebrate RJ if the offense is ran through Julius and no real PG. Tibbs rotation is bad. Thank you for the generous contribution. Papo was good.
Right. So back to the point is that your search for a bigger piece of the puzzle has to come in those three ways. Okay, go ahead. Read that super chat.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Ayo, Powell, what's good? Powell, man, what's good? Where you been at, Powell? We miss you, bro. The question was, how do you want to move forward with Julius Randle? LOL. Is that a winding road answer leaning to keep Randle? Please clarify.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
That's what I was.
That's what. We're both on the same detective track. So
there you go.
So we can't blame the fans for everything, though. Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you, Freezy, is that in order to acquire this piece, right, whether through those three forms of which I talked about, right, you're gonna have to give in order to get.
Yep.
So right now, our most appeasing shiny object that we have for value right now is Julius Randle.
Yep.
So you have to move forward with that because you don't have the foundational piece yet. It's not like you have it. And now we're discussing, do we keep Randle? Do we feel it's a good fit around this piece? That's not the conversation. We don't have it.
And I'm asking you, you see me, right? I'm looking you dead in your eyeballs, bro. I'm looking you dead in your pupils.
You could do it.
What I'm asking you is this. If you are right, if you are right, what you said, because you said it with confidence, you said it with your chest. If you are right, how come we haven't done it in the past?
But you know why already, Freezy. You know that we've had a long range. It's the same thing. It's bad ownership. It's bad FO. It's bad coaching staff. It's bad development staff.
Groundhog Day.
We know the answer to this already.
Right. And so that's why I'm asking you if we know right now in real time that this has not worked in the past because of those factors that you just mentioned. How do I know? And this is Uncle Freezy talking not as an analyst, but as a fan. I'm asking you as a fan right now. How do I know in real time that this front office is capable of doing those things that you just mentioned?
Whether they are or not, right? Because your perspective is of a nihilist. A nihilist is a person that it's like impending doom, bro. It's like it's always dreary outside. We know this already, bro. We know it's bad, but you still have to try. But you still have to try to do the correct things in order to get your organization to be successful.
Right.
Regardless, no matter time, if you fail 100 times to get it right one time, we got it right one time.
We got it right once.
And
so you look at the bright side.
No, I mean, that's the reality. It's not about bright or negative. It's just that you still have to go that direction, and you are eventually going to get it right at some point.
Right.
And unfortunately, we've had so many sacrificial lambs and so many sacrificial players in the process of this that, it's a really sad story, and it's depressing and it's sad to talk about. But you still have to try to do the right thing regardless. You still have to get that foundational piece to build around.
Yeah. If the pieces don't fit right now, you got to do something about it. So
now back to Julius Randle. Julius Randle is not the guy to build around, and therefore we don't have a guy to build around to say whether Julius Randle can stay or not. So why not just release our most shiny piece, at least get something back of the turn that has the potential to build around?
So you agree that Randle does have value?
I've been said it. I said it like 5 times today.
Right. So that's where I am with it. Well, I'm not saying he is the piece. I'm saying he is a small piece to the puzzle. He's an asset.
But you don't have the foundational guy yet.
You gotta get him out of here.
For the puzzle, your puzzle is still in shambles.
But I never said that though. I never said that we had the piece.
And the front office went out and got Cam.
No, I never said that you did.
The problem I have with Randle, that why I don't know what.
I'll be right back and grab some water.
I don't know what last year was. I don't, but I'm gonna have to stick that in as an anomaly. Generally, Randle's not a smart player. He's just not. And if you're about winning championships, you tell me how many smart players, even if you put them next to a generational piece, how many second players that aren't smart? Everybody's second. All those second players that help you win those championships, you like, man, if they went somewhere else, they'd be a star. That's how you looked at them. Next to Jordan, next to Magic, next to the greats.
Even Steph Curry, even Tim Duncan, stuff like that. Right.
I think you just got to move on from that. I just think you got to move on.
Keep this in mind, guys. Right? I want to show you guys a statistic. Right? There's a statistic called box plus minus, and what it means is that they take all the offensive stats of a person, right? All the offensive things they do during a game, and all the defensive things they do in the game, right? And they match it to a number, right? So I'm just going to give you an idea because. And correct me if I'm wrong, weren't people comparing the productivity of Julius Randle compared to a Nikola Jokic last year? Right or wrong? Okay, very good.
Oh, no. Who said that? Who said that?
Yes, they were.
Well, he finished top
last year.
He finished top 6, top 5 in the MVP voting. So there you have it.
And also, two people would say him and Jokic were the only players that got 24. Right, correct. I was just saying that's a narrative that was going around. I didn't say that G Money said that. I just said that's a narrative that went around.
That's actually a fact. That's not even cap.
So, box plus minus for Julius Randle this year, 0.3. That's not good. So if teams feel he has, hey, beautiful, I'll clean him up for you, right? And we'll go ahead and work in his press conference speech. We'll do the whole thing. Nikola Jokic's this year, 14.2. These are 2 caliber different players. Jokic is here, which you can't see, and Randle is where you can't see.
Can you post that link in the back for me?
Just go to Basketball Reference.
Yeah, it's basketball.
Yeah, just go to Basketball Reference and go to Advanced Stats, and you'll see it.
Basketballreference.com.
Yeah.
You could pay a PR for them to put that headline. Those PR moves.
Oh yeah, whether it is or not, it was still a comparison. It was still a narrative. So we're just showing how delusional, the comparison is when you really look at, inside the lines of things and not just look at the face stats. So Freezy wants to keep Julius Randle and he feels he's a piece to move forward with. All good to Freezy, bro. I move him as quickly as possible.
Do you want to read that super chat?
What happened to Marquise Morris? You ever notice that Marquise Morris got pushed by Joe Kick and never came back?
He was already hurt.
He was?
When he pushed him, yes. When he pushed him, he was already hurt.
Let me
I haven't seen
it, guys. Maybe Dolan is no better than the guy outside selling fake Gucci as long as he's selling tickets. And that comes from Johnny Davis. We appreciate you for that big time super chatter plat.
We appreciate you.
The super chat I see here is what's his name? Ayo Powell.
No, Johnny Davis just came up. It just came up.
Oh, it just came. I still don't see it. That's why. If you guys see it, just shout it out.
G.I. did it. I was just gonna say this, and this is all I'm gonna say, really, because I'm pretty much fed up with it at this point. He is a disgrace. Like I've been saying, he's a disgrace to number 30. Okay. I don't understand why last year I was hearing a single fan crown this man King of New York. I never heard us crown Melo that. And some fans crown Julius Randle King of New York. And he you know what he is? You know what he is? He's a disgrace to Bernard King. That's what he is. He's a disgrace. I'm just gonna leave it like that because I'm actually fed up with it. That's why I asked D, because I'm already at that point where I believe that Julius Randle is going to do worse this season than his first year as a Knick. I believe that that's where he's headed, and that's how he's gonna finish out. If he is.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting. That's right. On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. What? You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting. Right. Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting. What? You can see my vision through the podcasting. Yeah. But don't forget J Boogie when I'm broadcasting. What? I'm podcasting, he's podcasting. What? I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them Blorange Tears.
Let me tell you something.
Hey, Boogie.
It's a bad man.
What's going on, people?
It's a bad man. It's a bad man to introduce himself, boy. Good morning, OG. Good morning, big bro. What it do? What it did now?
J Boogie,
salute, man. J
Boogie, salute.
Where Freezy go, man? Come out from behind that curtain, man. This ain't the 5 heartbeats on stage. Come out from behind that curtain, quiet boy.
J Boogie, give me some inspiration. I'm down bad right now.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna tell you, man. I came up here, so I had to represent what Hard Will said. Hard Will said all the Julius Randle fans come out. You know, I'm a Julius Randle fan second. I'm a Knick fan first. So that's not a comment to Hard Will. So I don't want him to think that. But I wanted to come out here because everybody should know I had a big thing about Julius. You know, if you remember the ball, I wrote first time All-Star, player of the month, player of the week. We're in the city and we don't sleep. Now we back in the P's. Thank you, Julius, for that. I can't say that. I wrote the song on Julius. So I know I'm taking it hard about how this guy is playing. But I say that to say this. Last year he was MIP. This year he's NTG. And what that means is need to go. He has to go. And it's up to the office to make that move. And the reason why I say that is because of this. It has nothing to do with putting the ball in the court or making a pass or making a play. What it has to do with is look at the last time you seen Julius Randle respond to a player on our team besides making a basket. When has he tried to lift somebody up? When has he tried to motivate the team? And you flip that. When was the last time you seen one of the other players try to do that for Julius? So if they're not kicking it with one another, that means they're not rocking with one another. It has nothing to do with big plays. They're not rocking with one another, period. It shows on the court. They're not for one another. You know what I'm saying? They're doing the best they can as a team, but as far as playing that game, they're not. You don't never see them say, yo, no, don't worry about it. Next shot, then you're gonna make that. Yo, you'll never see them saying that to one another. The camera all over the place. So if it comes to that point and it's outside of basketball, it's time to break it up, man. It's time to break it up while we got a chance. You know, right here before the deadline, whatever we can do, whatever we can get, you know what I'm saying? We need to go ahead and break it up, and it starts with Julius. Maybe he can fit and feel somewhere else. Maybe he'll feel better playing with somebody else. Maybe, you know what I'm saying, he can restart his motor, his engine or whatever. But right here, right now, it is not going to happen. And please, y'all, stop allowing yourself to think that it's going to happen, because it's not going to happen. Point blank. And you hearing that from a Julius Randle fan second, Knicks fan first. I'm telling you that.
There we
it's time for him to go.
So now that we all know that, right, and we know that we have to move forward, the question becomes, where do we go? Oh, Jesus.
Bro, you're in the Matrix. I cannot even hear you.
Yo, for not that guy. Not that guy. He's not that guy too. NTG, I approve NTG.
So now, where do we go from here? Knowing this, I've proposed a couple of solutions for us. Does anybody else have any other solutions that we could go in a direction that will lead to at least a better future, at least an outlook of a potential of a sustainable future? Do we have
AC,
any?
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So you also are in favor of trading these vets who are not performing and letting the bench essentially take some of these guys' roles.
I mean, the bench has played better than the starters the whole year anyway. So
D, I'm gonna tell you where I'm at. D, where I'm at now is I want to just swap it out completely. Besides Mitchell Robinson, I want to swap out the whole starting lineup for those guys off the bench. That's where I'm at. I am that fed up with the production.
well, it's still going to be bad, but at least we'll be excited about certain other aspects
that's my
of
thing.
it.
At
Right.
least I'll have something to look forward to, because now it's to the point where every time I see certain guys check into the game, I turn off the game. Like I don't.
The starters lack energy. The starters lack energy. They lack care. They lack pride. They don't share the ball.
Yeah, there's no energy.
And then like people have been saying this for
The
a while.
bench brings energy every
I'm
time.
finally starting to see this. But we have guys on our team who just like somebody else mentioned earlier, they just lack the effort on the court. That's really what it is. And that's why when I see the people off the bench come in, it doesn't matter if they're making a mistake. They redeem themselves. Like Grimes, he made a mistake last night and he redeemed himself.
And you want to hear this, guys? New York had 24 assists, by the way. The bench has 17 assists. The starters had 7.
Wow.
Think about that.
How many turnovers did the starters have to the bench?
I don't really know. Let me check.
I mean, I could do that for you too.
Get rid of the dead weight on this team.
6, 7, 10, 11. So they had 11 of the 17. So they had 7 and 11 on the assists, and the bench had 17 to 6.
And D, at this point, are we even going to be selling? We're selling low on every single guy now. That's the bad thing about this, is that we're going to get minimal value for all of these bums. I hate to call them that now, but at this point, they've earned the title. All of these bum vets on our team, we're selling low for every single one of them now because they have underperformed as of least the past 2 months. They've underperformed.
No value.
So the value like that we're gonna get in return is not gonna be worth it.
It's not going to be worth it, but sometimes you got to take a loss. To get ahead.
I agree.
And what I mean by that is, for example, let me give you an example. Look what Pat Riley did last year. The same when we wanted to make that we did not want to make that trade for Lonzo Ball. No, we don't need to trade for him. We need to wait till the off season where we can sign him anyway. That was a loss for a win situation for Pat Riley. He lost picks to go and get what he wanted in Lowry. You know what I'm saying? That's why I bring up Pat Riley. Sometimes you got to take losses to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? We took a loss thinking we're going to get ahead and didn't go nowhere because we didn't want to go get the guy. We want to save the picks. Hold on. Sometimes you got to make moves, you know what I'm saying, to move forward. And this right here, going off what D's saying, what are we going to do? We're going to take a loss with a loss so we can start over. It doesn't make a difference what we do with Julius.
And you know what? It's all about the hand of the fixer, right? I really believe that we do have moves that could be made.
What'd you say?
What did I say? I just come up with this stuff sometimes. It depends on the hands of the fixer.
Let me.
I thought he said elixir.
No, he said
mixer.
Now you know what D'Angelo is thinking about 11 o'clock in the morning.
So that right there is a breaking moment in Knicks universe. Like somebody legit is using wordplay to eloquently make a point instead of sounding like a raging, bumbling, crazy person. Imagine that.
Right. So anyway, I would say that the hands of the fixer, right? I believe that we have moves that can improve our team. It won't be a playoff bound, and I even think it could be playoff bound if we make certain moves. But even if we strike out on that, we could still make moves in order to improve the status of this basketball team. And we could still address certain areas. We could still get draft capital back. Like we could still do these things and still build the right way. You know what I'm saying? So a loss might actually be a win. Depends how you work.
Start making trades now, because you know what the schedule that you've been talking about all along. The next string of games is going to tell us whether we make the playoffs or not. in the next 6-7 games probably. So I don't think we're going to make it this year.
Don't worry about the rest of the schedule. I already made a call. I told them take their jersey off. We forfeit. We forfeit against Milwaukee.
Exactly.
Milwaukee is a loss. And don't, like I said a million times, the Bucks had the game, but I get in mind that the Knicks beat us earlier there. They come over fire at home tomorrow. Watch.
Hi.
Hey, yo, and Sam, I sent you a compliment in the chat, yo. I don't know if you saw it, but yo, you looking like the Kareem Akbar before he got his hand stabbed in New Jack City. You looking real. What you been up there? You been up there? GI's Wardrobe Classic? Because I thought he was on. I thought he was on the golf course.
Oh man, I got a business meeting today. That's all.
It's business, man. Make that trade, man. Pull that business. Hey, yeah, head of the business. Hey, man, shout out to y'all, man. Man, I don't care. I did what I won't try to do. I don't woke my baby up, man. See what the Knicks made me do, man.
Oh, boy.
It's all the Knicks' fault.
Don't move the ball. They play here.
Hey, man, God bless y'all, man.
We're in constant communication the day before with Duda and Brian before that. So if his car broke down, he may have gone the following day. To that Sunday. I said that could have happened. I can't.
Muted
right now, Eddie
D'Angelo.
had an emergency. He had to go take the baby to the hospital.
Muted D'Angelo. Okay.
I got it.
I thought he was talking to us.
I just want to see what Leon Rose and them are made of. You could even say, okay, they thought they found something, so they went for it. Let's see what they're made of. Let's see. They're supposed to have clout. Clout should get you out of problems like this. Hopefully it's a good problem to have. There is some legit talent on this team. At least we can't say there's a bunch of Kevin Knoxes and a bunch of Frank Ntilikina. There's not. Somebody told me Knox is playing. I said, well, what is he doing? Somebody said he's averaging about 1.1 point a game. I said, come on. What are you talking about? He's getting in the game. I said, word. What's he doing? I was being positive. Like, what's he getting a chance to stroke some threes? Paul. They said, he's getting about 1 point a game. He had 3 points this game, 2 points this game, 1 point this game, 4 points this game. I said, come on. Stop playing, man. Stop playing. Drafting bad all these years is having a long-term effect.
Absolutely. And that's historic, GI. That's I could go through a 35-year hiatus of how we drafted terribly.
Or traded a draft pick and still ended up in the lottery.
I just
could have had Michael Porter, Donovan Mitchell, Steph Curry.
I think it's best from now on if we don't go to the cemetery, just for our well-being. We don't go to the cemetery and we don't mention the schedule for the rest of the season. Just don't do it. We know what we're about to go into.
We have nothing to talk about.
Right.
The season will be over.
At this point, let's start mocking up the draft. AGI, we're already in the lottery. 12 picks probably. So
why do you think I said roll a tank? Can we find
fucking madness, bro?
And the Hawks might pass us up soon. The Hawks might pass us up soon.
And let's start. Somebody telling me how we could. Somebody start telling me how we could finesse these ping pong balls. We got a chance. Remember, we didn't tank. We didn't all out tank. We tried. Isn't this the teams that's supposed to win the lottery balls for the teams that tried and didn't tank? Are we supposed to have the same chance?
We don't get
some positive things.
We don't get sympathy. This team is not a playoff team. That's what it comes down to.
So I have
the Knicks are not that guy.
I have another sobering fact, and y'all may think I'm crazy when I say this, but this Knicks team may not win 30 games on the season.
You may be right. You might be right.
You thought
Wait, how many wins are they at now?
23.
Damn, so you don't think they can muster up 7 more wins if they stay with this squad? You don't think they can muster 7?
Right, and so here's the thing.
Yeah.
The NBA copycats a lot of stuff, right? And if your front office, think about this. Now, if we get to 30-plus wins, it won't be because we manned up and muscled our way to 30-plus wins. It'll be because we don't get there, and then at the end of the season, teams will be trying to out-tank us. And of course, in classic Knicks fashion, we will win games that we don't need to win. You know what I'm saying? In order to ruin the tank. And you know what I mean?
Right.
So let me bring my guy in here.
Hey,
what's up, brother?
man. How
There
you
he
doing?
is, man.
Before y'all got started, Freezy, I got to get out of here. I got some stuff to run today.
Yo, D.
Y'all have a great day. Y'all take care of yourself.
D is
Have a
balling.
great day, y'all.
Fellas, D's balling. What's going on, partner?
What's up, brother? I got to go. Sorry, man. Take care.
Hey, yeah, man.
All right, boss.
Man, Freezy, I'm going to tell you. Putting on this thing this morning, man, it hurt, boy.
Yeah,
This
man.
is the first time I put this hat on in a long time and felt bad about what I'm seeing, man.
Yep.
I'm disgusted, and I'm dejected. You know what I mean? I'm gonna tell you, everybody know I lost mom January 6th, and when what I saw last night, you know, I'm gonna tell you that Friday game after that Thursday when mom passed, the way we came back and won that game, and RJ hit that bank shot, man. I was like, boy, if my mom was here. Matter of fact, I was at home in my mom's house watching it. I said, if my mom was here right now, she would have been like, man, hey, your team, pull it off. You know what I mean? But what I'm seeing right now, man, it is depressing to watch.
Yep.
And more importantly, is when you paying guys money to put a product on the floor. You know, and everybody knowing that I was one of them people that say, hey, we gotta have patience with the front office, man.
Right.
This has got to be a situation where the front office come and save Tibbs from himself. Somebody in the coaches world, Jeff Van Gundy alluded to it last night, but he need to pick up the phone and call Tom Thibodeau. We got to search for solutions now. We all know what the problem is, and what you said, Freezy, about the wins. Can anybody disagree with it?
Right.
Nope.
And the man ain't joking. You know, the man is serious, and I know it hurts you to even have to say that.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I know they listen to these podcasts. They got their little peoples listening and stuff, man. Hey, they're listening to the fan base, man. They got to do something to shoot some adrenaline back in this thing, man. And I'm going to tell you, Freezer, you know we was military. G-Man, what's up with you?
Right.
You know we was military, man.
Right.
And especially being infantry, we always had a code when it came to being infantry. You don't go into battle undermanned. You don't do that. And that starting lineup, our starting lineup is the worst in the league, man.
It's
in my
garbage.
opinion. We got the worst starting lineup in the league.
Yep.
Facts.
And we going in every game undermanned and outgunned.
Yeah.
You just don't do that, man. And that's why it's a shame what we seen. And Jeff Van Gundy said it best last night, man.
He did.
That starting lineup, with the exception of RJ, can learn a lot from that second unit. And last night really even gave me more even conviction to my feelings about this team that they need to go ahead. They need to go ahead and go at that youth movement. From what we saw from that second unit, even Van Gundy said the ball moved better in the second unit. Same thing we've been seeing. And it's funny, man, because I got on Knicks fan TV last night and I went off. And in part of my rant, I said I would like to be in that locker room because to me it seems like that locker room is fractured. Something is going on. And how about the reports? JD from JD Sports Talk sent me a text at about 3:00 this morning with Ian Begley talking about that very same thing.
Yeah.
The locker room is fractured, fellas. Tibbs have lost the locker room.
Yep.
He has lost it.
Yep.
Some guys are not. They're not hearing it. They're tuning them out, and you can see it. One thing with basketball, and Freezy, you know this. Anybody who plays basketball, you know this. You know when guys ain't giving maximum effort.
Oh yeah.
You know it. And football is kind of hard to see because they're wearing all that stuff.
Right.
And helmet, and it look like they, you know what I mean, might just be slow. Might be just a bad day.
Yeah.
But in basketball, you can see it because certain players wear their emotions on their shoulders, and you can't hide it. So, man, that's where I'm at. I'm ready for some solutions. Hey, Leon Rose, if your people are listening, Y'all owe more to James Dolan than this product y'all putting on the floor.
Yep.
Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done quick.
Yep.
And that's my opening statement, man. This is your
Hey,
captain
Ron, so
speaking.
for
Somebody
one,
need to
yeah,
up out of here.
yeah, and it might not be players.
Mm-hmm.
But let me salute Kaiser Sose. Thank you for your generous contribution, Kaiser Sose. Kaiser Sose said, weren't all of y'all saying y'all didn't want Jalen Green, Kuminga, Mobley when I was saying tank last season, or this would be the result. Now we want to tank for a bad draft, and he is absolutely positively right. He right.
Can I clarify this though, Breezy? I just want to say this. I don't want to tank. I'm
Me
just
neither.
I'm just a realist, and I know that this team is not a playoff team. Right now, we are
Right.
currently going to be
They're
a
trash.
bottom team. That's what I'm
Exactly,
saying.
Sam.
Garbage.
And
We're
then
bad and the
Absolutely
hard.
trash.
Right.
listen to this. Before I'm just say this, and then I'm done. Remember,
Okay.
Freezy, you've heard me say this from months ago. What did I say? It is a trend that Tibbs has with every single team.
You said it.
And
You said it.
this is the trend right now where he's losing the locker room. So you know what the next step is. Next season, what's going to happen, Ron? First thing smoking, he's gone.
Tibbs gonna get fired.
If he somehow makes it out of this season, off season, he's gone. That's the next move. And that's what the trend is for Tibbs and every single team he goes to. He loses the locker room. Next step in line, he's fired.
That's right. He's got a narrative in his head where he's stubborn and he does it. He follows the same thing over and over. He's got the playbook in his mind. He won't change off that playbook.
And also, Campbell Fournier will be gone too. Campbell and Fournier
I
will
want
be
to follow up on
gone.
what Sam just said and comment to that super chat. Well, I've never been a proponent for tanking. Tanking implies, and this is what tanking is that you're intentionally losing.
Yeah.
By moving on from some of these players off this team is not implying that you're trying to lose. It's implying that you're trying to make this thing better. You're shaking this thing up because that is what we want to see. We want to see wins. I don't know any Knicks fan that just want to see us lose. Because if you want the team to just lose, you show me a loser.
Right.
You don't play sports. In the words of Herm Edwards, you don't play the game just to play. You play to win. Ain't none of these guys putting on a jersey going out here looking to lose. That's the front office stuff where they're looking to just lose. Them guys get on that court, them guys looking to win, man. And shout out to that. Man, we need to give that second unit a lot of respect because we were down 30. And if it wasn't for that second unit, we might have lost by 50.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
47 points
Shout
off
out
the
to my
bench.
man. I still understand what he's saying in this super chat. No digs to him. I understand exactly what he's saying. You know what I mean? A lot of us wanted this thing to run back, me included. You know what I mean? But hey, boy, sometimes you can be wrong and sometimes you don't even see it coming. I didn't see this coming. This is ridiculous.
Same here. I didn't think we'll be 23 and 26. I knew that we were not gonna be as good as we were last year, but I did not see 23-26. So I don't know. The problem also, we just have egos. To me, we need to bring guys who don't have an ego. That's what I'm saying. We need to bring players who don't have an ego, who don't bring drama. That's just me. We need to bring players who don't have an ego, who don't bring drama, and need to bring players, defense and all that, but guys who can also space the floor to help out RJ Barrett, though. And that's what I'm trying to say. And also, the problem with this roster, they don't share the ball. How does your bench have 17 assists and you start at 7? That's impossible. And here's what kills me with this team, right? People keep saying, oh, we win the games we're supposed to not win. No, we don't. We're 10-19 against teams 500 or better. We don't beat the teams. We don't beat the high-level teams. We're 10-19 against great teams. How are we great against amazing teams? We have Milwaukee coming up.
We can't play at home. We suck at home.
We suck at home, and now we're starting to suck on the road again.
Yeah.
And the problem with this roster, turnovers.
It's a flawed roster.
It's a flawed roster. We're giving up backdoor layups, ball watching. We don't have a real point that can stretch.
Kemba hit it right on the spot, bro.
Right. Kemba can shoot the ball, but Kemba doesn't fit with this roster. Neither does Fournier. To me, man, I don't know, man. And also,
and if his shots ain't falling, he's a serious liability. He's
pretty much.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, man, I wish we had a point guard like a Fox or an SGA or a Murray, a guy that can run offense, a guy that can occasionally hit a jump shot that can help this roster. And some guys, I mean, Fox is not a good defender, but you get my point. Guys that can hit mid-range shots here and there. And also a forward, if we had like a Christian Wood or a Norman Powell, something like that, I would have been happy. Because this roster is not working. I don't know.
Quickly can't run the point. He cannot run the point. He's not a point guard.
Right. And you know,
or even Caris LeVert, they play that. Caris LeVert would do that.
But to y'all, to the points that all of y'all are making, right? I think we're pointing out symptoms to a bigger problem. The big problem that we have is, and the most important one is, that our head coach Tom Thibodeau is a one-trick pony. Right? To Sam's point, he used his one trick last year.
I agree.
And now he don't have any more tricks left. And so instead of us looking at our A-tips, what else you got? You got to have something else.
He sticks with the same plan. Plan A. Right. He's not playing B. He's not playing Plan A. He doesn't change.
To say what Sam said is, year one, he squeezes all the juice out of the roster. Right?
Yes.
And gets the most out of the roster as you possibly can.
I never said he was a great defender, Delano. I never said he was a great defender. I said Fox would help you more.
Hold on, G Money. Hold on.
Sorry.
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is he used his one trick in year one, right? Now when it's time to make adjustments,
he doesn't know how.
He not only does he not know how, but he can't because his thing is, before he got back into coaching, he visited all these teams. Remember, I sat in with Golden State and I watched their offense. Remember all of that stuff he was saying?
Remember he told us he changed. Crazy.
Yeah. Remember all of that? Remember all of that?
World tour.
Right. Remember he legit was with Mike D'Antoni in Houston. Remember that?
Yeah.
He was with Mike D'Antoni in Houston.
And
Mike D'Antoni. Yeah, all these different things. And then now, when it comes time for him to use what it is that he learned, he can't use it because he does not have the ability to make adjustments.
Pretty much.
And you can blame Randall, you can blame Quickly, you can blame RJ, you can say the kids ain't ready, you can say the vets are too old, but all these things point back to an old man that cannot make adjustments.
And Freezy, and my man said this. JD made this comment to me. You know, we had talked on the phone, man. He called me. We talked about this team, and he said something about Tom that I'm really starting to pay attention to. And it's obvious. Tom Thibodeau coach off a template.
Yep.
He coach off a template because you notice no matter what the situation is, who's the first guy he brings off the bench?
Oh my! Don't do it.
Who's the first guy he brings off the bench?
It's Taj. Or
Alex and then Alex Burks.
Alex Burks and Taj.
Those two guys are the first two guys to come off that bench, no matter what the situation is. He don't coach to the situation. He coached to what his paperwork telling. Oh, at this point, I'm gonna bring this certain guy in, and that's what we've been seeing. Because for you to make a statement about Cam Reddish, got to come in and he got to we got to find players for him in the rotation. Dude, are you looking at these guys you trotting on the floor? Evan Fournier can't guard me.
Right.
Thank you. Amen.
And you saying this guy got to? Are you serious?
Evan Fournier's getting touched by Butler in the paint and PJ talking about
on the way out of here, like run on some run flats. We got 20 miles to empty.
Right.
And you still running this dude out here, man. Oh
but Ron, and the sad
part,
part is you got 20 miles to empty, and you know that you got 20 miles to empty.
Oh my goodness! And you still ain't going to the gas station to pump the tires up.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying with Tibbs. Y'all know I'm not a fan of changing coaches every year and a half.
I'm over it.
Because that's what we do right now. Every year and a half we change coaches, right? Every year and a half we change coaches, right? But the thing is this. when I saw the thing with Obi, I could justify it in my mind. Like, hey, Obi, if you play tougher, then maybe Tibbs will give you more minutes. But then when I saw Obi play tougher and Tibbs still didn't give him more minutes, you know what? See, now it's not even Obi no more. That's Tibbs.
And Obi's played well the past few games.
Exactly, Freezy. And to your point about Obi, and I'm gonna kick it right back to you on what you just said. The guy who led us in scoring last night was Obi Toppin.
That's embarrassing.
Off the bench. Back to you, Freezy.
Right. And
that's embarrassing.
Right, and then at the same time, the Miami Heat knew the game plan. It was like, anybody in here a New York Giants football fan?
Oh, you know who it is.
Yeah, y'all remember when the Giants used to get in the playoffs, we already knew what first and second down was going to be, right? on first down, Phil Simms was going to look to audible because the box was going to have 8. The Bears was going to have 8 people in the box. He was going to look at Parcells. Parcells is like, no, run Rodney Hampton off tackle. They run Rodney Hampton off tackle. They get a yard and a half. Sims look at him like, Coach, they know the play. Parcells like, run the play. On second down, they're going to run the Otis Anderson trap off guard.
Yep.
The Bears know it, right? They didn't even know the personnel grouping. The Bears shuttle their personnel grouping in before the Giants do, right? They run it. They get 3 yards, right? Right now what they're going to do is run play action. Phil Simms' first read is Mark Bavaro over the middle.
Yep.
Right? Stephen Baker deep, and a dude named Dave Meggett in the flat.
That's right.
Right? And so the Bears would know the play before they run it. They walk Wilbur Marshall out to Dave Meggett, right? Like, hey, I already know where you're going. Right? And so what happens is they run the play. Sims look at Bavaro. The Bears got 2 dudes standing there like this. Stephen Baker run the wrong route, of course, because he's Stephen Baker, the touchdown faker. You know what I'm saying? He run the wrong route, right? And so Phil Simms scrambled for his life from Richard Dent and throw a duck to Dave Meggett. But guess what? It's 2 Bears there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Dave Meggett catch the ball and somehow squeeze out of their tackle and pick up 7 yards, right?
Yep.
And Bill Parcells looks at Phil Simms this is the offense we running. We gonna run it just like this. And they like, yo, they know everything we doing. We lucky that Dave Meggett keep picking up these first downs by the nose of the football. And you know what Bill Parcells says? Keep running it.
Yeah.
That's our offense.
Keep running.
That's exactly. So that's what Tibbs is doing right now. Right now, we getting bailout threes lucky on offense. Just like those bailout dump off passes to Dave Meggett used to keep the Giants' drives alive. Right? And while it's working, it works. That's not a sustainable offense.
Right.
You can't keep trotting that out there. Tibbs, what about this? You ever considered in a dead ball timeout? Now, Sam, think about this. In a dead ball situation, when have you ever seen Obi Toppin catch a lob out of a dead ball timeout?
Freezy, I'm about to expound on that. I'm glad you said that because I want to expound on this. This is what I've noticed too about Tibbs, and it blows my mind more than anything. Why are you calling a timeout to put in the same exact people? You're keeping the same exact lineup out there.
Like shuffle your lineups.
And then here's the second point I want to make. If y'all haven't noticed, going back to
he got 3 timeouts, Sam, and kept saying you out there.
No, you good. And then here's the second thing I want to point out. Even since last season, right? Even when we were winning games, every single time they come out of the timeout, we have no out of bounds play. We have no inbounds play at all.
No,
never have had one. Never have had one. And then you put guys out there to inbound the ball who can't do it. How many times last year did we get mad at Burks and Bullock for turning the ball over no matter what point of the game?
Right.
And he still trots them out there.
Right.
And Burks ain't made a shot in 2 months.
Right.
Right.
Burks hadn't hit a shot since Detroit. Remember, we were down 14 in that game, and the bench to save us from that game. That was the last time Burks had a good game. The Pistons.
But 2 months, it feel like.
Yep. And so to the Giants football fans here, the old school ones, I'm gonna tell y'all about a play. And if you're a real Giants fan, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about because the Bears play the Giants in the playoffs a lot. Right.
A lot. Yeah, we do.
Right. So the Bears had a great offensive line, but what we always struggled with is a dude named Carl Banks off one side and Lawrence Taylor off the other side.
Yeah.
And there's no harm in that because most teams struggled against that, right?
Yes.
They had a dude named Pepper Johnson, a dude named Gary Reasons, and one of my personal friends, Harry Carson.
Yep.
Right? Right? So what the Bears would do is this. We ain't gonna be able to run it, you know what I'm saying? But what we do have, unlike the Giants, we don't have dudes outside that can catch. The Giants had dudes like Phil McConkey and all them that can catch, right? The Bears, we had Dennis Gentry and or whatever his name is, Gentry on the outside, and the outside they couldn't catch, but they had world class speed. Willie Gault and all of them. Remember them, G-Man?
Yep.
If they ever caught it, now you was in trouble.
Yeah, yeah.
So what we would do is we be losing to the Giants. We always lose to the Giants. Seem like Giants always get out in the big league. So what we do is we put our backup quarterback in the game, as we always did when we played the Bears and played the Giants in the playoffs. Always had Mike Tomczak, Steve Fuller, some random dude, some random backup because our quarterback kept getting hurt. Right. So what we would do is we'll tell the Giants, come on, come get us. And what we would do is run the jailbreak screen to Willie Gault. Now, if Willie Gault caught the ball, it was a touchdown, right? Because we know
blow the top on the defense.
Because we know Mark Collins, and I forget what number 47 name is. The little dude, number 47, he had his shoulder pads are so big he looked like a linebacker, but he wasn't really nothing but like 5'7". You know who I'm talking about? G-Man used to have the wristbands all the way up his arm. All right. So what we would do is like, come on, you tough, you bad, come on. You bad, come on. And so they wouldn't come because they knew if Gentry or what's the name ever caught that football, nobody in the NFL was gonna catch him. Period.
Right.
Right. So we would do that about once or twice a game, and it'll work, right? But Tibbs, and this is the reason why I'm drawing this parallel. Tibbs does not have his go-to play. Tibbs does not have a honey hole play that he go to. Tibbs does not have that play that he figured out an NBA defense can't stop. And when we struggling for baskets, we just go to it. And the reason why it's frustrating is when you have all the resources that the New York Knicks have at their disposal, how do you not have a play that when the chips are down, the team knows to run that play to at least get you a good shot? Right? Every team.
Translation situational basketball is what you're talking about.
Right. Every team has at least one play that they know that the 5 men on the floor can run that play to. Anybody ever seen Hoosiers?
Yep.
Yeah, remember Jimmy Chatwood and all of them? Even they had look. When the chips were down, they could run a play to get them a shot. But your New York Knicks don't even have a honey hole play. It's like in your house right now. In your house, you missed the grocery store. You're like, God dog it. I missed the grocery store. But you know what? I bet you I could I bet you we got something here to throw some sloppy Joe together or something. The Knicks don't even have that. The Knicks don't even have that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in here got like a go-to joint, right?
Oh no,
we gotta
play. It's read the defense. Read and react. That's what we always hear. Like when they talk about what is Tibbs always talks on offense about read and react. React to the defense. Like
the The game will tell you where the right read is.
Exactly.
Van Gundy was saying that mess last night, and they sounded
Hey,
like
Van
two
Gundy
80-year-old. They sounded like two 80-year-old men shooting shuffleboard. The game has passed both of these dudes by, bro.
Yeah.
Because one of my homeboys, I'm sorry, Kev, but one of my homeboys said, "Hey, would you consider bringing in Jeff Van Gundy?" And I was like, "Hell no,
Hell no, yeah, no."
You know, why would I get rid of an old dinosaur
For
to bring in a older dinosaur?
Right, for another one, exactly.
But you know what? He was spitting facts. He was spitting
was,
facts.
though.
Van
telling
Gundy
the truth,
I'm
though.
gonna tell you at this point, Jeff
sounded
Van
like
Gundy
he was
career, he should be in the front office. Because one thing he ain't gonna tolerate, and this is why I was happy when we got Tibbs, and I don't know what happened to him. He lost this for me. Is Jeff Van Gundy is not gonna bring a player to New York City that ain't gonna play hard.
Exactly.
Right.
He's not gonna do that, and that was the ultimate indictment. Anytime that a coach or anybody can question your effort as a ball player, and
That's
in
a problem.
That's the ultimate indictment.
And
That's
want to
why
hear
we've
that.
been losing a lot of games, man. You look at Miami Heat last night. It ain't that
That
Miami,
balance.
the Heat is the most talented team, but they play hard.
That balance last night.
Nobody come out there and slacks on defense.
Hey, Ron, from the starting five all the way to the last person on the bench.
Them guys play hard, man, and that's how we used to play.
Right. But last night when Miami Heat was running a pick and roll up top, you know what they were doing during the baseline? When you look at the game, they had motion on the baseline,
cutting
where Mitchell Robinson couldn't commit fully to the guys up top. You know what I'm saying? So while at the top of the play, you look at a dude named Duncan Robinson that's slow foot, no handles, no athletic ability.
Yep.
All he was getting 3-point shots. You know why?
Left and right.
Because the defense couldn't fully commit to just one person on the floor. With the Knicks, 3 defenders on defense can commit to 5 people, and that's Tibbs' fault.
Yeah, and it's easy
That's
to
why
stop a
Bam-
team
I mean,
when all you
it's
do is
Bam
dribble
had
handoff
like-
and ISO.
Bam had 9 assists, right? He had 9 assists last night.
He had
right?
11.
Bam, no, he had 11 rebounds. He had
Yes,
9. He had 11 rebounds.
9
assists, right? So part like
right.
what Feezy is saying, part of that is because they didn't sit around. They moved the ball. Our problem is people predict they know what we're going to do. Miami, they was moving. Everybody was cutting, so Bam was able to pass the ball.
They had a playbook. Like,
Hey, he actually had 11 assists, 8 rebounds. He had 11
assists. That's motion.
That's why when
That's
people
motion.
say that he was like he finds ways to impact the game regardless. So
Right.
even though he didn't score 20 on us, he was still impactful on the game regardless.
He's the equivalent of Draymond Green for the Warriors.
Right.
We don't have that player on the Knicks.
No better. And we don't have that. We don't have that.
But Ron,
coach
you know what, Ron? If we move the ball like a team, because we just played 2 teams that just move the ball, right? Our problem is Tibbs goes to Randall and it stops. The ball stops. It stops.
Yeah.
That's it. It's our offense is predictable. We just played against the Cavs and the Miami Heat, and both these teams, all their players look like superstars.
Is Spoelstra better than Tibbs?
It ain't even a conversation.
Hell yeah.
How many championships has he got? How many chips has he got?
He's a proven winner.
Yeah. And yo, Kev, I didn't even know that's supposed to have been with the Miami Heat 27 years.
27 years.
And that guy started in the video room for them.
That's a big accomplishment for any person to be with an organization or even a job 27 years. That's dope.
So let me. I've been wanting to ask G-Man this question for a couple of days.
Oh, I know he's dying.
Hey, don't ask him nothing. Don't ask him nothing because I was calling him last night and he was dissing me. All right.
Wow,
from now on, I am the star now. He is nothing. He is nothing because he hasn't talked to me or anything. Do not talk with this dude. Don't ask him nothing. All right, go ahead. Ask him.
Okay. All right. So G-Man. So G-Man. Now you have about a year and a half of games. You have over 100 games of Tibbs.
Mm-hmm.
I am in the belief that Tibbs is a one-trick pony. That's my belief, and he used this trick. You know how you bring the magician to the birthday party, and he pulled a rabbit out of the hat.
Yep.
And I'm like, yo, I'm paying you by the hour. You pull the rabbit out the hat in the first 5 minutes. What you gonna do for these next 55 minutes? And the magician's like, I'm gonna go outside to the car and smoke me a cigarette. And I'm like, no, you ain't. I paid you for an hour. You're like, well, I already pulled my rabbit out the hat. What else you want me to do? You better come up with another trick. You know, that's why I think we are with Tibbs. I think Tibbs has wasted all his ammunition, right? But you, my friend, are reasonable. You are not knee-jerk. Of all the people that come on, I could depend on you because I know you're not a knee-jerk person. You don't just, whatever is the topic of the moment is, I know you're not going to overreact. But here's our chance for us to overreact together. Is it time for Tibbs to go?
So, first
wrong question to ask him.
First and foremost, I think that my aspect or take on Tibbs was before the time, because people still held out that hope, that I guess the belief that Tibbs can pull us up from the ashes based on what I don't know. In my best Ron Cleveland voice I can muster right now, Tibbs, this is your captain speaking. You have a flight schedule at LaGuardia right now. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not in first class. The best I can muster for you right now is coach. I don't care where you're going.
Why? Wow, you put Tibbs in economy class?
The coach, Freezy, and not only economy class, I'm giving Tibbs a seat right next to the bathroom in the back of the plane.
Come on.
Oh, wow.
Come on. Come on.
You
He
giving
can't
him
even
that
take
nice?
a nap because that tray keep rattling.
Come on.
I put him outside, G-Man.
Sam ain't that hard. I ain't that hard, Sam. But I'm gonna tell you this, Freezy. I'm gonna tell you this. And I've been watching basketball for a long time, and I've been watching the Knicks for even longer, understanding the pitfalls and everything that we've gone through.
When they had the rabbit TV ears, right? Antenna ears. He know it. He know what I'm talking about. That's why he left, because he know what I'm talking about.
I got one of them sitting on top of the stereo in the basement right now. But I would say when we look at the Tom Thibodeau, and not to neglect or short side anything or any productivity that Tibbs brought last year, because last year and people got to understand from a realistic standpoint when people are brought in and the roles that they play. Last year the Knicks had no type of identity whatsoever. Tibbs came in and with the people that were on the team, sold the team with the identity of being a defensive ball club. And the people that surrounded that, they were able to contribute that. And you saw that perpetuate on the floor, right? And I said this in the chat a little while ago. Remember when at each time the huddle broke, the battle cry was together. Yep. Every time they broke the huddle, the battle cry was together. And when you saw these guys go out on the court, you got the feeling they were playing together. This year, I don't know what we're doing right now. I have no clue.
Hey, G-Man, I don't know either what we're doing, but I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and keep the talk up. I gotta head to class. Y'all stay blessed. It was nice talking with you guys.
Time out. Why are you wearing a tie to class?
I got a business meeting, man. I got a business meeting.
He's meeting with Leon Rose.
Yeah, I'm meeting with Leon Rose. I'm meeting with Don Leon. Hey, but y'all stay blessed.
I thought you were meeting with me.
Wait, Sam.
I thought you meeting me, Sam, since I'm Steve Mills. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, you're not. We can't meet with you yet, Kev.
So if Kev was on time, we would not have to waste 45 seconds.
Yo, G-Man, I don't know what you're talking about.
So this is where I am with this whole Tom Thibodeau situation, right? I don't know who that next guy is that comes in and gives us the best chance to win. I have some ideas. I don't know what the next thought process is at this point. If they have not had a conversation with Tom Thibodeau at this point, which I hope that they have, but my gut tells me that they have not. They're just trying to play this thing out and see what happens. But Tibbs is not the guy for this organization, simply because if you watch our offense is so stagnant, it's unreal. Every time I watch the ball come up the court and you walk the ball up, I cringe. And the opponent that we're playing These guys are running laps around everybody that's on the team.
Literally.
And as soon as we inbound the ball, what do? We slow it down and we're dribbling up, right? Yeah. And then we got to go up and get into what we call our half-court offense. And to Freeze's point, everybody knows what that is. Everybody knows what it is.
Right.
They know what defense to play against.
Right.
So what are we doing? If the powers to be, and so here we go again. I had look, America. This is what I'm gonna tell you right now. And for anybody that's watching this podcast or rewatch this podcast that's affiliated with the New York Knicks organization, what we're doing right now is antiquated, not productive. You're not getting the most productivity out of anybody that's on your team. What you hope to happen is someone comes out and have an outstanding game to cover up for the lack of the coaching paralysis that's supposed to be on this team right now.
I've turned to stone. I've turned to stone looking into G-Man's eyes. I've turned to stone.
I'm gonna tell y'all this though. It ain't just coaching, man. I mean, we got to call it like it is, man. It's the front office. They're trying to win cheap. They're trying to win cheap, and they've been doing this for a while now. Even last season, man. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna give them a pass because this year one. But you can't. Scared money don't make money, man. In business, you got
say
to
that again.
money.
Say that again. Say that again. I'm doing
scared money don't make money. And I always had this saying when it comes to sports. You can't look at every season the same way. In sports, every season has a mind of its own.
It does.
Look who's the team that was us last year.
Cleveland.
In the East. The Cleveland Cavaliers.
Cavaliers. Facts.
Every year, if you notice, there's a surprise that happens in the NBA. Either way, you have 2 or 3 teams that they thought was going to be good, that falls out, and 3 teams that goes up in there. Another one. Look at what Memphis doing. Nobody saw that.
Chicago.
Look at Chicago. Exactly. Those 3 teams. Nobody saw them doing that.
Yeah.
And the New York Knicks fell asleep at the wheel. Leon Rose is asleep at the wheel. Those 3 teams. Nobody saw them doing that.
I agree. And to Freeze's point, I would say this.
Hey, Kaiser, you got click the YouTube one and just rock with the StreamYard one.
The StreamYard, yeah. So Freezy, to answer your question, I would say this. And again, I don't like to overreact. I like to take the time to take into, different situations, scenarios, or whatever the case may be. But Tibbs is right now lost in the sauce and has been for a while, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? When you come up against an athletic team that's running your guys out the gym and you don't make a substitution until you're 4 minutes left in the quarter,
and you're down.
G-Man, you know who he is? He Dave one stat. Run Ricky. Hey, coach.
Oh man,
coach,
it's
second down.
I know about him.
What's the play, coach? Run Ricky.
Yeah,
coach, but it's second down and 13. Coach,
me and Ricky retire.
Third down
and they wanted to make it seem like the man wanted to go get high. That's why he quit.
Exactly.
The man quit because the man couldn't get up out of bed for 3 days after Sunday.
Right. That's what Tibbs is at. Tibbs is the dude that's legit. Hey, well, run Ricky. Well, coach, he hurt. Well, where Ronnie Brown at? Hey, he hurt too. Well, who else can we run? We got a quarter. Well, hey, let's just run a Wildcat then.
Okay.
We don't need a quarterback.
Okay.
We don't need a quarterback. We just gonna run. We just gonna put an athlete back there and just run a running back out there because we gonna run it. We just don't. We
hope for the best.
Okay, so let's be real right now. Let's be real. Did he deserve Coach of the Year last year?
Yes, he did. Yeah. He deserved every bit of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he did
because he won. He made something out of nothing. But this year he got something, and he ain't doing nothing.
No, I disagree with the.
Freeze, let me ask you a question, Freeze. How the game plan when he came out there yesterday? We started the game, right? Evidently, the game plan was to go through man. That's the game plan each and every night, right? And it hasn't worked. How many games we played already? 50 games. So 50 games or whatever we played, and that has not worked yet. What's wrong with? Is something wrong with Tibbs? That like he doesn't see that's not working. When he came out there, they established from the opening tip what they was gonna do to Randall and take him out the game. It never dawned on him to try something else before the game got out of hand.
Hey, Chef, who's your favorite football team? Let me just add. I just want to.
Y'all, you don't want to know my favorite football. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
I'm just asking because I think the Bears.
Must be the Jets.
Is my favorite football team. Don't do that to me.
Who is it?
I think it's the Jets.
The Jets.
Oh, the Jets. Oh,
Don't
even
do that
better.
to me.
Oh, even better. The Jets used to have
Don't
a
do
coach
that
named
to
Rich
me.
Kotite, right? The Jets used to have a coach named Rich Kotite.
Oh, I love them. My Dolphins used to beat up on them every year.
Every year, and the most embarrassing ways possible. One time, I just saw a Dolphin just kick a Jets in the butt. I'm just saying this. But anyway, so the Jets used to have a coach named Rich Kotite, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when he was the offensive coordinator for another team, he was good. But he was not a leader of men, and pressure used to make him choke. Right? Third downs, you could see my man knees knocking together. You could tell he wanted to smoke a cigarette. Bad, right?
Take a drag. Take a drag.
Yeah, because pressure used to, long as the Jets was in good situation, long as it was 2nd down and 5, 3rd and 2, Rich Kotite was straight. But when you put pressure on him, he would be over there peeing in his pants, right? Here's the thing with the Jets back then. They had the most beautiful running back you ever saw from college football named Blair Thomas, right? Perfect, but 6'2", 220-something, track speed, looked like Adonis. You thought he was going to be like the next Bo Jackson, right? Mm-hmm. Except he was soft, right? Mm-hmm. So on 3rd down and 2, you want to, hey, coach, what you want to do? Well, if I run Blair Thomas, he's going to get hurt. Can somebody go tell Blair Thomas to take that mink coat off? Y'all remember when Blair Thomas used to wear mink coats to the game? Yeah, I wish Anthony D was there.
I got a mink coat in the closet. I got a mink coat in the closet.
How you a player and you got a mink coat? But anyway, what I'm getting at, Chef, to answer your question, bro. Tom Thibodeau is a one-trick pony that cannot adjust. Now that his trick is out of the bag, he don't have nothing else. He legit don't have anything. Because think about this, Chef. Think about this. If Tibbs had an adjustment, wouldn't he already have made it to stop this losing streak?
He doesn't have the adjustment, but the adjustment is there as part of the team. He doesn't have it.
Right,
that's a shame.
Because he's scared. Not only does he not, he can't use it, but he's scared.
Yeah.
I think he's scared.
Yeah, I think you guys.
The sad part. The sad part is
Tibbs to make changes. You guys are putting way too much on Tibbs to make changes, but unfortunately, the foundation of your team, the star of your team, is emotionally unintelligent. And what that does, is when you give him, when there's consequences for a guy like that, he pouts. And what does that do for the rest of the team? Tibbs is hamstrung right now. Tibbs won Coach of the Year because he did so much with so little. This year, he hasn't been given much. He's been given less, actually. He's been given less in terms of what he's strong at.
Yeah.
Reggie Bullock's gone. Ain't no Reggie Bullock no more.
What?
Yeah, but
okay.
All right, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
I was going to say the same thing, Mo, right? But
the thing about Tibbs right now is that
he has a weapon.
With a different
roster.
roster.
He has a weapon.
He needs a.
You know that, right? Roster. He has a weapon on the team. He has a weapon. He has a future stud on the team that they refuse to give the keys to the car.
Well, RJ's not
They refuse to give him the keys.
He's not good enough to be building around yet. We need to trade Julius for a different piece.
Hey, I just want to make
you don't have to build around RJ, right? But he's if you run the offense through him, and as you saw in a big sample size this season, all the other players play better. All the other, including Julius, will still get his rocks off.
Hold on one second.
How he don't see that? How Tibbs don't see that?
Yeah, you can use him as a decoy.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. So one thing I noticed yesterday about the Miami Heat game is that, why they beat us up so bad is because we play the exact style that they want to play. They're an older team that likes to play with pace, and we play into that for them. The teams that have given Miami trouble this year have been the teams that want to run up and down the floor, play with pace. The younger teams like the Grizzlies, the Timberwolves, beat them up. And Jimmy Butler was talking trash to Ed, and then lit him up out there. And we wanted to go out there and walk up and down the court, and that's playing directly into an older team's hands. And Tibbs never adjusted. So that's what I noticed. And we started to come back when our young boys got in and ran a little bit on them. And then we just went away from that, got yanked. So
that second unit proves night in it. You know when you have evidence on the table, it shows you what you are and what you ain't. That second lineup have given us enough evidence to know that that's the direction this team need to go in with what is presently on this roster. This is not a roster that's built with a lot of veterans that can ball. We don't have a lot of veterans that can ball. We got veterans wearing a jersey, but we ain't got a lot of veterans that can ball. You know what I mean? Them young guys, to my man's point, them guys want to get up and down the floor and run. The one thing you know in basketball, when you run up and down that court, that's when you get them easy buckets. That stuff we running, the stuff you got to work hard to get. You know what I mean? The stuff we running is like going and punching a clock for 80 hours to get that check. That's what we running. Instead of running on the fly and let these guys run like some thoroughbreds that they are, man. Them young guys. And I'm gonna tell you what. Every time Toppin have a game like that where he flashed like what we saw last night, it just put even more indictment on Tibbs. And I'm gonna tell you, I really feel that that there's some jealousy on Julius Randle's part too, because it's been said that he's mad because the fans is yelling Obi's name, want to see Obi play. But that's a problem. That's a problem.
Yo, Ron, they say Julius is the worst sole winner. He's the worst sole winner.
Yeah.
But
when we win, he's upset that we won and he didn't have a good game. So he walks off the court, his body language is mad, he was struggling. He don't dash.
He looks miserable all the time, bro.
Yeah, it's been this year. It's sad. It's really sad. And the sad part is Obi
played. You have a good game when we win. Man,
Obi played a good game, right, Ron? And then tomorrow night, Tibbs only gonna play him like 9 minutes.
Yeah, because Tibbs don't want that chatter to get even louder. Right now, Obi is outplaying him, man. Obi is outplaying him. Let that sink in. Former MIP from last year is being outplayed by his backup.
Yep. I ain't got to say nothing.
I think
you can't say nothing.
G-Man is happy. We're all happy.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you guys this, right? One of the things, and everybody knows I'm a huge Obi Toppin fan, but there are some things that I have visualized in Obi's game over the course of the last couple games that I wanted to see him improve on. And last night's game, he did that. Obi put the ball on the floor and took people to the rack. And that instead of standing in the corner waiting.
But that's what we've been wanting him to do the whole time. That's one of our criticisms, though.
Exactly.
You know, so, it's not like we didn't like Obi. We just like Obi. When you get on the floor, be aggressive.
You know what he did? He threw out Tibbs' template. Tibbs wanted sitting in that corner like he used to do Kevin Knox. Keep going. I mean, G-Man.
There you go. And my thing is this. At the end of the day, I want the Knicks to be better, right? I don't care whose name is on the back of the jersey. I want the New York Knicks to be a better basketball team.
Ooh, say that again, please.
I want the New York Knicks to be a better basketball team. I don't care who the star of the show is. That's irrelevant. I'm about the wins and losses at this point. But what you can't do is the person that's supposed to be in charge. And I'm about also for those of you that have never served in the military, you're not going to understand what I'm about to say. I need for the first sergeant to come out there at morning formation and tell the platoon sergeant, this is the mission. Figure out who the personnel are that's going to go out to execute it, but this is the mission. I don't care how it gets done, but make it happen, right? I need for Tom Thibodeau, if you're not, and you got to do a self check at some point. If you're not in your mindset saying that, okay, my coaching style may not be equivalent or the best for this lineup that we have right now. So let me go to some of the people that I have on my bench. Let me go to the coach that coached Summer League, because he's more in tune in my mindset to how to adapt and communicate with younger basketball players. Right? He showed that in Summer League. Let me go to someone that has this century's type offensive mindset as to how basketball is played into what we're doing as far as our offensive paralysis or lack thereof when we go up against these teams. Because to Freezy's point, everybody that we play against know exactly what we're going to do before we do it. And this is how I know that we're in panic mode right now. The first substitution that Tibbs usually makes off the bench, the very first one. I haven't understood this to this point at all. But the very first substitution Tibbs always goes to is he subs quickly in for whoever's playing that point. Instead of getting Evan Fournier out of the game, getting Grimes in early, we want to put quickly in first to take the point guard out. Now, I don't know. I'm not the smartest man on this panel by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm telling you right now, Emmanuel Quickly at point guard, not so much for me at this point. Because what I don't want to see the Curly Neal dribbling show. And for those of you that have rewatched this and don't know who Curly Neal is, right? Go back.
Sweet Georgia Brown.
Go back. Right? So that's what we see. I ain't got time for that. I need somebody with. I'm not at this point. I don't even want a high basketball IQ. I just want something moderate, somebody that can come in and manage the game at this point.
And let me tell you this, G Money. I mean, boy, I keep calling you G Money. G Money wants to talking about me. G Man, I'm gonna tell you this. I would have nothing to say about Tom Thibodeau if he used everything to his disposal when the game is not going the way he planned it.
Right.
Not just sticking with the status quo because these my guys, these are the ones I trust. You throw everything at the kitchen sink. You throw it all out there. Yep. And if you see these guys playing hard and you see us trying everything that we got on that roster in-game adjustments, I wouldn't have a leg to stand on. I wouldn't complain. I'd be like, you know what? We just ain't got enough. But when I see players mired to the bench, stuck like they in cement, can't get out there, but you got guys that stinking up the players. I mean, I watched Jericho Sims come in, inject energy immediately. I see McBride come in, inject energy immediately. Even Van Gundy talked about it, said the game is at the end, and Deuce McBride is picking his man up full court.
Yeah.
You need people to be disruptive, man. And this notion that Tom Thibodeau can just live off his past, man, it's just like the NFL, man. It's what you have done for me lately. It ain't what you did in the past. Only thing that past do is get you the job.
That's it. That's your
you have to keep performing to keep your job.
That's right.
And right now he's not performing. Point blank, and I think that's what teased all the Knicks fans off. And then on top of that, the lack of effort and energy from that starting unit, night in and night out. It's like they pick and choose what game they're gonna play hard on. You can't do that in sports, or you're gonna lose 9 times out of 10. And I hate to say it, we've lost most of our games because of a lack of energy and a lack of effort.
Well, we putting in compromised players like Kemba Walker, who's playing on, bad knees, bad body, can't guard anybody. I mean, we starting them out, compromised in the first place. So we got to stop doing that. I don't know why Deuce went down to the G League. I know he has some issues, but at least he's going to play some defense and play hard.
But it's not only Kemba. The problem is that you playing certain players that doesn't match well with other players. And I have said this since the beginning. For some reason, it was a good matchup playing Obi with Randall. Now it's not looking the same. You put even Burks with Randall, it's not looking the same. You put even IQ, it's not looking the same. All three of them, if you look at them, either one of them three, you match with Randall and even with RJ, they all looking lost. Like they hesitate their shot. They thinking about it. Now look what happened yesterday. They put all three of them, except Julius Randle and except RJ. They just put all three of them together. The ball movement was like it was a different team that we was watching.
That's because Randall
and you give him just 1 second, just 1 second. You could give a second to Obi, you could give a second to Quickly, and you could give a second to Burks. That's the only thing they need.
Randall on a different timeline. That's all it is. It's not nothing bad about Randall. He's just on a different timeline. I think, we got a team that's rebuilding right now, and it's not really doing him any favors. And that, he might be, thinking that, he's ready to contend right now, but we don't have that team around him.
So I would tell you guys this, right? And I agree with most of what both of you just said. But at the end of the day, this is what it boils down to. When you come into this basketball game, no player comes off the bench or starts the game with their own mindset and their own game plan. That's not how the NBA works, right? There is a certain entity in this organization that has to develop the game plan and then holds players accountable to executing that game plan. If the game plan is not working, then you need to be able to make adjustments for the betterment of your basketball team. I guarantee you right now, the talk in the locker room was Julius is going to do X, Y, and Z. The ball moves through Julius Randle regardless of who's on the floor. So that's when you get the hesitancy from other players before they can get into their bag and go do what, even if it's a mismatch. If you got a mismatch and you're looking at Julius Randle, something's wrong. That tells me that the messaging is the ball has to flow through Julius. Period. So when I tell you this, I'm telling you that a Tibbs coaching style or lack thereof is hindering everybody else that's on this team. And this is how you know what I'm telling you is accurate. And the same thing Ron just told you. Go look at the stats between the scoring and the plus minus of the starting lineup versus what happens when the second squad comes on the court. Check that out. How does your second lineup consistently come in and outscore the starting lineup? How does that happen?
And and G-Man, to your point, you know what it is? That plus minus, what people fail to realize, that plus minus really indicate how well your team play together as a team, as a unit.
Facts.
That's what that thing normally tells the score on, man. And I'm gonna tell you this. So far as Julius Randle, another reason why he got to go freezing, to your point earlier, it's apparent to me what I'm seeing. This is year one Julius Randle. This is year one Julius Randle. This is what I'm seeing.
It's worse.
And that lets me know that the ship has sailed. There's no recovery effort. Right now is not a search and rescue. We're on a recovery mission.
Recovery.
That's it.
Ron, and you know what? I disagree with you, bro. And let me tell you why. Not because you didn't make a good point, but just because I just see things a little bit different. I think the problem here is Thibodeau.
I agree with that too.
Right, because you can't keep saying, come on, because here's the thing, we come on every podcast, every day, and we say the same thing over and over. And at some point, you got to look at the captain of the ship.
Absolutely.
Right? If you keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result, you know who the blame should be on?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be on the coach.
It's got to be on the coach. We can't go to sea and get lost every day. At some point, we can't blame the guy driving the ship because he just driving, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You got to blame the dude giving him directions.
Julius the co-pilot and Tom's the pilot.
Yeah, and
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm good.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't want to. No, you got a point. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So my point is when players are given freedom or are not given freedom, you have to point to the person that's in charge of giving that freedom or taking it away. Right? Like you can't blame
Obi Toppin's lack of minutes on Julius Randle's playing style. You know who you blame? You know who you blame that on? You blame that on Tibbs for not developing Obi and not giving him the minutes. That's not a Randle issue. So just trading Randle doesn't mean that Obi will get better. What that means is the opportunity for Obi to get better will be there. But if the coach never didn't like Obi when he was the backup, you think he's gonna like Obi as the starter?
Ain't gonna switch.
Yeah.
Then he'll put Taj in the starting lineup.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. That's the point.
And Tibbs favors obviously Randall. They're like this because he favors him. He doesn't chew his ass out when he makes a mistake or he has bad gameplay. I don't see him chewing his ass out when he definitely needs to chew his ass out.
Right.
And Tibbs doesn't do that. He chews out the kids because Toppin, he's yelling his name out.
Obi.
And Toppin, Obi, whatever, and Tibbs does that. Let me cuddle Randall's feelings tonight. Let me make sure I don't hurt his. Let me say good things, even though he sucked in the game and in the post game, he's like, nah, he played pretty good. No. What are you talking about, Tibbs?
Right,
D'Angelo, that's the point that I'm getting at.
That's the point that I'm getting at because y'all.
Come on now.
Well, not just y'all, but we think that Tibbs only overcoaches Obi. But man, he has a python grip on Quickly. He has a python grip on Grimes. He has a python grip on Obi. These kids cannot even walk without Tibbs screaming their name during the game. He overcoaches the young players to the point where they have no freedom to be themselves. Right. But then you see the veterans come out, and then sometimes they play and sometimes they don't. Whether it be Burks or Fournier or Randall, or he even overcoaches Mitchell Robinson.
Freezy. What if we take away all of his veteran options? Let's trade all of them away. Let's trade them in the first round and only make the options Cam Reddish, RJ Barrett, IQ, Obi.
He quit.
Maybe we'll like him better.
Force him to have to show he can coach.
We'll win them 30 games that Freezy didn't think we might even get.
Yeah, but
I'd rather win those 30 games that way.
But you're missing my point. My point is, even if you give Tibbs 15 kids, he is gonna overcoach them
and mentally ruin them. He's gonna ruin them.
Right.
You're absolutely right.
That's what I'm saying.
At least
because last
he may ruin Cam. He may ruin Cam's head. He may ruin Cam's head
because
now.
in the sample size I'm looking at, the sample size I want y'all to look at is this thing with Tibbs and Obi Toppin and Quickly didn't start this year. No. This started last year. Yep. That's the reason why we're so passionate, right? Because he tried to do it to RJ too, but RJ can at least stand his ground because Tibbs know if RJ go to the front office and be like, hey man, this dude crazy. Tibbs, the number 3 overall pick just happens to have more weight than the dude that's the number 8 overall pick.
Right.
And that's the only reason. If RJ Barrett was the number 6 pick in the draft, RJ Barrett would be getting the same treatment as Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly. And these young guys don't have any freedom to do anything. Right? Anything. Tibbs is so far up their backsides that it's embarrassing.
And you know the sad thing about what you're saying, Freezy? The sad thing about that style of coaching is you're not really getting a true assessment of what this player is and how you can help fix this player. And that's why you see players continue to make mistakes like that when they're being micromanaged is basically what you're saying is what Tibbs doing, and we all see it. When you micromanage, you're not allowing people to fully allow you to get an accurate picture, because what you want to do as a CEO, boss, or whatever, watching your underlings, you want them to be comfortable as possible. So when you see that mistake, you can bring it to their attention. And the beautiful thing is they got game film that they can go back and look at. You don't have to be yelling at the person right then when they make the mistake. Go back to the tape and when the game over, because what you're doing is you're demoralizing them and embarrassing them on national TV in front of everybody with people calling out. Oh,
and the biggest market, it's not like you're not doing this in Memphis, Tennessee. This is New York City.
Right.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying?
Boy. Say that again.
You
Say
know what I'm
that
saying?
again.
And so when you do, Ron, I'm telling you, when you do this to these kids, when these kids are not being free, because today's game is a free flowing game where you show off your athleticism and skill.
Yes.
It's not a game of big strong guys playing defense, right? So for what off the rip, you're asking kids that play a different style game to acquiesce to the game that you used to be good at 20 years ago. Right. So automatically you stripping down they talent and taking their talent down to bare bones.
Restricting them.
It's space and
Hey,
pace.
Frieza, you got a couple of
Space
super
and
chats
pace.
from G Money, and he trying to get back in.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I ain't even. Oh, my man.
One more observation
so
I
true.
seen yesterday was I seen one play when Sims was in the game on a pick and roll, and quickly threw the alley oop up to the rafters, and he came down and dunked it over like two weak players, and I was just thinking, how come this athletic guy can't get some type of minutes over Taj Gibson, who's like in a wheelchair out there on the court?
Yeah, he's a fossil.
Right.
There's three things that we actually miss out right now, and I just don't want to put blame totally on Coach Thibodeau, even though there's certain things that he'd be doing that's kind of suspect.
Right.
But the first one is we missing an assistant coach with a mentality of an offensive mindset.
Yeah.
Like we missing him bad, because look what happened with Woodson. Right after Woodson left, it was pretty much we was hurt. We was hurting on that department, and that's why I don't want to blame him. Blame Coach Thibodeau completely. Another thing that we actually missed out was mashing up Julius Randle with Kemba and Fournier. Like if we actually mash him up with players that could actually defend, like pure defenders, like Beverly, I forgot his name, Patrick Beverly, or the dude from Spurs. I'm telling you, like we will succeed at least Julius Randle will have the same success that he had last year. Because the thing is,
give up on
no, because the thing is we cannot keep on being so subjective on just one department and act like last year never even happened.
No,
you know,
but
like last year, Mo, at least last year he had what's his name? He had Bullock and he had Payton. And Payton is not even like we don't even compare him to be a solid point guard, but at least he could defend, you know. And look at it this way: whenever you have Kemba on the floor, even Julius Randle, he's defending his guy like completely. He's not having a problem defending his guy. But once Kemba, let's say, miss out on keeping his man in front of him, the other dude, let's say, leaves him right open. Kemba is screaming, help. Julius Randle stopped defending his guy, and now he's defending Kemba Walker guy. The dude that Kemba Walker used to defend, now he's passing the ball to the one that Julius Randle was defending, and he's wide open.
Mm-hmm.
And it's frustrating. It's frustrating because even Julius Randle is like, man, just guard your man. You know, it's like I can't put blame only on one particular player because it's pretty much a lot of players. It's pretty much we not having somebody that has an offensive mindset helping out. And three, politics might also be playing a role because, and the only reason I'm saying politics is because you have Evan Fournier getting paid that much money. Kemba Walker is getting paid, and he's a franchise name. So whenever you have those two guys, let's say on the bench, they like, what are you doing? You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, so just real quick, I want to. Hey, G Money, thank you for the super sticker, bro. We appreciate that, man, and thank you for becoming a member. Man, this goes a long way, and things like this, generous contributions go a long way to us. You know what I'm saying? Putting on dope shows so that we can do stuff like this, like animations and things like that, so that we can do, you know, saying intros and all that stuff and for statistics and things that we bring up and all that stuff. So we appreciate it. We appreciate the generous contributions, man. All three of them, man. It's fire, man. We appreciate the love, G Money.
You're welcome, man. You're welcome.
Yeah, man. And thank you for others too. And also thank you for the fuel to the conversations, because what we don't want to do is have like the one-sided conversations. Like what I don't want to do is be like other shows and the fact that we just get up spit stats, take one call or something like that. You know, we do. Our thing is different. No knock on what other people do. So for those that are about to get offended, no knock on what they do, because they do a good job doing what they do. But here, what we do, we put on a production for Knicks fans to come on, jump on the screen, and be themselves. That's what we do. That's the reason why we don't look like, talk like, act like other YouTube joints. And shout out to them. But with this platform is a place for Knicks fans to come legit chop it up. And sure, does the conversation go in a bunch of wild different places? Yes, because Knicks fans want to take the Knicks conversation in a bunch of wild different places. And that's the reason why we do it. We being true to ourselves. So if you like what you're hearing, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, so that other Knicks fans just like yourselves can find this place a safe place for Knicks fans to come and have these hard conversations without being pressured and all that stuff, without being, hey, you know, this is Doug from Memphis. I called to say first time call. You know, this ain't it. This ain't, you know, you come here to talk, get you, you know what I'm saying? We come here to chop it up. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah,
Thank you for those words. I agree with everything you said. But I just wanted to address Nice. Like, I completely agree with the fact that he misses Alfred and Reggie. But at the same time, the guy had a phenomenal year this last year. But he's been on the team for 3 years. And 2 of those 3 years, we've seen like some of the most atrocious basketball from any star of any team in the NBA. And I don't want to have to like coddle my star to that level where we have to get an Alfred Payton from the South and Reggie Bullock from the South to make him feel comfortable and play defense for him and cover all. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of the way he treats fans at MSG, because we pay a lot of good money to go there and have we look forward to those days. Like those days, I look forward to those like 3 or 4 days where I get to go to the Garden, like and root for my team. And you're gonna give me a thumbs down? You're gonna say that I need to shut up? I need to shut up? Me?
Yeah,
no. What are you talking
Thank you, Mo.
When did you come here? Get
exactly
out.
what I've been saying all along, brother.
My main point more, and I'm just gonna keep it simple. My main point is pretty much everything has to come down to accountability. It's not only one player. It's not only 2 players.
It's the whole team.
It's almost the whole team. You can literally say that. So it's like whenever you're trying to look prospectively only on one player, you can't do that, because now it's not only him. If RJ is gonna be the next man up, he should be the one asking for the ball. He should be the one saying, like, you know something? Screw this. Let me say this, Mo. Let me say this. Because the way we losing, we in the 11th seed, for God's sakes.
I want to put this out there,
has
guys.
to have the heart. Somebody has to step up. Somebody is saying it can't be Julius Randle. Julius Randle is not it. I'm it. I'm taking the right. I'm
just
taking
doing that right now.
RJ doesn't have the power enough to do that. Go say, Randall, sit down. You know, Tibbs, this is I want it. You know, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
And I want to throw this point in
I'll
here.
say this about RJ. I love the way RJ been playing, but as a whole, I got to give him some blame too.
Yep.
He need to get in the gym and work on his free throws.
His free throws.
That's
He needs to
That's
be
ridiculous.
better.
And I ain't talking about the
Right.
games that we could have won because he didn't hit his free throws. I'm talking period.
Period.
This free throw
2 for 4
situation with
last
RJ
night.
is a problem.
Yeah, I just want to add, if we're gonna talk about accountability, Julius is not the poster boy for accountability, because when you talk about like him being asked, why haven't you talked to the media, and you telling the media that the Knicks, the organization, told me not to talk. Like, are we stupid? Like, who does he think we are? So that's not accountability. That's not responsibility. That's just being immature and And
right.
little kid, I don't know. I just don't like what I see from it. I don't like that from my leader. If that's gonna be a leader of the men on my team, I don't want it.
I want to throw this out there, nice to add to your point. Atlanta, and this relates to your point. Atlanta was 8 games under 500 on MLK Day. We were 22 and 21. Look at it now. Atlanta's tied with us in the standings, and Atlanta has an easier schedule than us. If we keep playing the way we're playing, Atlanta's going to keep rising, we keep falling if we don't turn things around.
Yeah, ain't no playoffs. We don't need to be thinking about no playoffs.
Right, but the accountability thing, it's like you missed the whole thing that we were talking about. It's we know the person in charge of the accountability train is Tom Thibodeau. Yet you talking about Julius Randle giving you a thumbs down. What I don't understand what it is. But so I'm a little bit older, right? Old man, Mr. Chester told me one time. He's like, Mr. Chester about 40 years older than me. Mr. Chester about 90 something. Mr. Chester about 93, 94, whatever it is. Right? And so I was like, Mr. Chester, listen. I understand that we got to wear a black suit and tie. Right? I understand that. But the AC unit is out.
It don't matter.
The AC unit out, Mr. Chester.
Don't matter.
And so, I know where you're going, but you got to hit me out on this. You got to hit me out on this. Mr. Chester was like, me and your and so this Mr. Chester talking to me now. Me and your granddaddy built this lodge with our own hands.
That's right.
Right? And we didn't have no air conditioning.
That's right.
And he ain't talking about the one you put in the he ain't talking about the heat and AC unit. No. He talking about old school air conditioning you put up in the window and got the little board holding it up to make sure it be straight. He didn't have one of them.
Yeah.
Right. So Mr. So we had the thing. I'm like, Mr. Chester, listen. I'm like, Mr. Chester, listen. It's 100 degrees inside this building right now. The unit out, ain't no gas. We got to try to get the guy to come. He didn't come. He didn't fix it. He like, yo, you know what? So what?
It don't matter.
So what? We gonna be black suit and tie.
Black and white.
Just like everybody else that did it before us.
That's right.
If they hot, use a fan. And he didn't mean the plug fan, the blade. He meant the old Mahalia Jackson hand fan.
Church fan.
You know what I'm saying? So anybody that don't know about church or organization functions, you don't know about the old funeral home fan. You know what I'm saying? So Mr. Chester was like, listen, what is good for the goose is good for the gander.
No doubt.
Right? And so I'm like, Mr. Chester, listen, but it's hot in here. He's like, it's only gonna be hot for a little while, because in a little while, y'all gonna be complaining that it's cold in here.
That's right.
And then what do we do then? Right? And then what do we do then? So the point that I'm getting at is this. We can't complain about Julius Randle not being held accountable, right? And then at the same time, watch the dude that's the person in charge of being accountable put a stranglehold on the youth, right? You can't choke out the youth and then have the veterans, because y'all saying, well, Julius Randle has to be accountable, and the double standard is that he's the leader of the team, but then not say anything to Burks or to Fournier, who have also not showed up, who have also struggled.
That's a good point.
Right?
Yeah, you calling RJ out in the media. You ain't calling out Burks, who been missing for 2 months.
Right.
You ain't calling out Fournier, who ain't played defense since he left Orlando.
Right. And you're not calling out, and you know who else you're not calling out? You're not calling out Nerlens Noel, who took your money and can't stay healthy.
Exactly.
He was not healthy when he took your money.
That's those guys in the
Freezer, you remember I said that, Freezer? I said we were going to regret that contract. That was one of the first times I came back on camera.
Yeah.
The Nerlens street clothes.
When I came back, I said we're going to regret that contract.
The Nerlens street clothes.
And I'm going to say this, fellas, I got to run, man. But to Freeze's point, when you're talking about coaches, and a coach is like a parent. Nice. When a parent loses respect from their children, is when they're not being 100% truthful and treating everybody the same way in the house.
Same. Yep.
Of course, you're going to have different relationships because of personalities with each one of your children. But if you're not holding everybody to the same standard as a parent, you're going to fall in trouble. When you're not consistent, when you're not transparent, when you're being biased, it comes across and you're going to see it. And that's how locker rooms get fractured. That's how coaches lose teams. That's how coaches get fired.
That's
and
how coaches get fired.
Your time is coming to an abrupt end. And I predict it might not even be the end of the season, fellas. It might even be at the trade deadline. It might be right when the All-Star break comes, because you know you get a little bit of time.
Right.
You might see something happen with Tibbs. I would not be surprised, because there's a guy above the front office that hovers, Mr. James Dolan, who's been very quiet.
He's been quiet for the past few years now.
He's been quiet. He don't like what he's seeing. You know why? Because we don't like what we see.
That's right.
Let that one sink in. Hey,
All right.
fellas, man, I appreciate it. Freezy, as always, man. Appreciate you, boy. Keep doing your thing. Hey, you giving us everything we need. Ain't no
we love you, Doc.
Majors, man.
Love it, man.
This is where you want to be. If you ain't subscribed to that Blorange Tears network, make sure you do it. If you're late, it's okay. Go look at the replay. Hey, with that, man, I'm out.
All right. Hey, love you, Doc, man. Take care of yourself, man.
Love you, homie.
He's the best.
Yes, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, so D'Angelo, what I'm saying, I didn't mean to get preachy, bro, but what I'm getting at is how about we start doing stuff in a fair manner? You just being fair across the board. Like if Julius Randle can't do something, we shouldn't allow other people to do. And because I was taught when it comes to parenting and stuff, the parents are always hardest on the oldest kids first, because parents are young, they've never done it, so they are learning with the first kid. By the time the third kid comes, they done learned some stuff, and the third kid, maybe the baby, has it a little bit lighter because everybody has gotten better as people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're getting better at parenting. In this case, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. The veterans get away with murder, and the babies can't do nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's wrong. It's totally yeah. Go ahead.
And even on Julius Randle, like last night, he was a negative 34. R.J. Barrett, negative 36. Mitchell Robinson, a negative 18. Evan Fournier, negative 27. And Kemba Walker, a negative 30. Listen to this. Mm-hmm. Alex Burke, he had a 1 out of 8 field goal percentage, but he was a +5, and it was the main reason. Just like I mentioned, you put him with the starter, he looks like trash. But that time that he had playing with the bench, I'm telling you, that ball movement and pretty much that 1 second. Hey, if I'm wide open, just 1 second, that's more than enough for me to take a good shot.
Right.
So I would say this, right? I would say that a lot of times when you've been on the planet, as long as I've been on the planet, when you've been in multiple type situations, you tend to learn a couple different things, right? So the one thing that I would tell you is this. A lot of times people that are not as skilled as you are in certain positions, and when they are held accountable to a certain metric, to where they're measured, their performance is measured, they tend to lean on other people's performance to prop up what they are lacking in. And that's how we do it. Tom Thibodeau at this point has hitched his wagon to past performance of Julius Randle. Point blank, period. Which is why he does not call Julius out on anything that he does wrong.
Nope.
And he manages everything else that's going on with the team. So when we talk about accountability has to start at the top. And this is where I'm going to take it to. I'm going to start with the dude that you talk about that was hovering. So there has to be a conversation that says that James Dolan has empowered the front office to do A, B, and C. A, B, and C should coordinate or be in concert with what the coaching staff wants to do. Right now, that's not where we are. I'm telling you that's not where we are because we see it on the floor night in and night out. So until a Rose or somebody comes out and says, Tom, hey, brother, check this out. We understand what your thought process is, but that's not working. That's not how this roster is currently constructed. We came to consensus at the offseason after the playoffs. We said we needed more shooting. So we went away from the defensive paralysis of the team that was our identity last year. That's not what we're doing. So if that's not what we're doing, you can't bring me that same mindset, that same concept of basketball operations or coaching the basketball team based on something that we did last year and the personnel don't match. That doesn't make sense. So if that doesn't make sense, who's calling timeout on that? Who's telling Thibodeau that you cannot continuously walk the ball up the court against athletic teams? I mean, these guys are sprinting up the court in 5 seconds or less and making a basket. And as soon as we inbound the ball, we are at the end of the shot clock before I'm talking, 0.2 seconds before we even get a shot off. The initial shot. And it's a bad shot because we had the ball too long. Why? Because we Georgia Browns playing in the background, and I hear, everybody's dribbling. You know what I'm saying? Stop. Stop playing with me right now. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry, Freezy. I didn't mean to get on the rant. My bad.
Nah, man. Nah. What we had. So for one, Morocco Joe, what's good?
Hey, salute, man. I just got a couple just one quick point, man. So I've been listening to y'all show for about an hour now, and y'all seem to be right on it, man.
This is our show?
Yeah, our show. You know what I'm saying?
All right, okay.
Y'all are hitting the nail on the head, man, repeatedly. It's just a tough situation we're in right now. Like, it's bad, man. It's bad. It's ugly. And Julius Randle's body language is disgusting. It's disgusting. There's no other word. It's bad, bro. It's bad. So I think what may be happening, man, I said this in the chat a little bit ago. I think what may happen is Leon Rose is real hush-hush. Nobody in the media knows what the front office is doing really at all. I think they may have let slip to Randle that they're shopping him. And that's why he looks so bad the last 13, 14 games. Yeah. Like, it's bad. His body language has gotten 100% worse. Like, it's not. I think they might have told him that they're actively trading him or looking for trades, and he's probably about to let that pop to the media, and they might legitimately be keeping him from the media. Like
for that reason,
it's a tough situation. But if he goes out there, he's already dumbing down the fans. If he goes out there and says something crazy, we'll get no value. You know what I'm saying? If he says something crazy right now, we'll get nothing.
And it looks like Randle is it looks like Randle's just going through the motions right now. He's just out there doing whatever he can, and that's it.
Even if that is true, the only one that's making.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the only one that's making it even harder on himself is Julius Randle. Because let's say that is the case, but your stock is just going to keep on going even where he further down. You should be at.
You're going to end up on the Kings, bro.
Yeah,
end up on the Kings for a second round pick. Something crazy.
Yeah, but
and we might get a Fox or Tyrese Halliburton.
So you have
even the Harrison Barnes. Who knows?
You have, let's say, a lot of fan base that they just don't want to see Julius Randle in the team, and that's understandable. Like, you have fan base like it's a split decision with pretty much everything, but at the same time, you as a player, you got to understand it's just like a job. You got to treat it as such. Just come in, do your job, do the best of your ability every day, and who knows, it could happen the same way it happened last season. Last season, we was looking at the beginning to trade Julius Randle, and that's not even a question. Right. But it was hard to do so because the way he was producing. So you need to have a mentality just like that. You know something. I know they're thinking about trading me, but I'm just going to make it difficult on them.
To probably change their mind potentially.
What was that?
To probably change their mind. Another problem why we're struggling. Also, I just think we're just not having fun. I just think we're playing it over our heads. We're not sharing the ball. We're not swimming for the perimeter. I know we're not swimming for the perimeter at times. And, we're just not playing together as a unit. Last year's team played together as a unit. I'm not seeing it this year. And also, like you guys said, there's no accountability. And also, nobody. Also, people are just scared to fail. They're scared to fail, man. They don't want to take risks, man. Take some risks.
So there's not enough talent in that starting lineup outside of Robinson and Barrett. There's not enough talent out there, and you know, there's just too much influx in the starting lineup, and I'm sick of it, man. I am so sick
The
of
lack
this.
of consistency is crazy, man. The lack of consistency.
And
is crazy.
realistically, we could lose out the next 6-7 games now. We could literally go on a real bad losing streak. As we all know.
Tailspin.
Exactly.
We could go into
Big time.
Exactly. Yeah, people keep telling me, oh, anything. People keep telling me we're going to beat Milwaukee. That's not going to happen. We're not beating the Bucks tomorrow. Because people need to understand this, right? Milwaukee has their game in their head. All right, New York won their last time. That was with Derrick Rose. Don't forget, he's not playing. You really think the Bucks will come out sluggish this time? And don't forget, the Bucks lost to the Cavs last night. Did it come up with fire at home tomorrow?
Yeah, we getting smacked, G Money.
So
let me just real quick. Let me do just a product show reminders, right? Just let me do show reminders real quick. So, matter of fact, let me do a commercial while I.
Hi. My name is the Ghetto Intellect. I am the co-star of the Knicks Freestyle on the Blorange Tears Network. Please come check us out. You'll see me and Free Keith and Freezy, Uncle Freezy, interacting with one another, bringing you hot topics, our amazing takes, but more importantly, smash that like button, subscribe to the Blorange Tears Network, and more importantly, share all across your social media networks. Don't miss us. We'll check in with you next time. Bye.
I like it.
Knicks freestyle.
All right, so tonight at 6, what is it, G-Man? 6:30?
The
pod couple?
6:30.
So the pod couple, so we got the pod couple at 6:30. Where is
your man G-Man for life?
And this is your boy, the one and only Cornerstone Kev, aka Star Child, and we're the hosts of the hit YouTube show, The Pod Couple.
Hey, please tune in on every Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, at 6:30. We'll be here to get you the latest buzz, rumors, gossip, and opinions on our beloved New York Knicks. There will be laughs and surprises.
But no tears. So be sure to subscribe to the channel, smash the like button, and turn on the notification bell, and share this on social media and spread the word.
Again, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you there.
And please say a prayer for us, because I don't know how I can deal with this guy right
here.
There
we go, ad lib. See, this is what happens.
Can't wait for the show, man.
So we have the pod couple today.
That's real classy, bro.
Yeah, man. So we got and so we're gonna try to update some of those sooner or later. Whenever Cornerstone Kev gets some free time, then we'll probably try to look to upgrade those. We're gonna try to squeeze in Knicks freestyle tonight after the pod couple, and then there'll be a Knicks after party tonight at 11. So we got 3 more shows today, right? Mm-hmm. And then we'll have 2 tomorrow. We'll have Live with Baked Beans tomorrow at 7, and the Knicks Morning Drive tomorrow morning. The reason why I wanted to bring that up to those that are watching this, because I want you to support these shows and help the guys get better. And if you still have ideas that you want to run by, if you want to run by G-Man, so G-Man and GI, they, for the most part, they've been here, the longest tenured, and help with the creativity and all that stuff. So if you got some skills, like if you can sing or rap, make beats, if you got visual talent, stuff like that you think can help the channel grow, get in contact with them guys, man. And so that way we can continue to make this channel great for everybody. But make sure we start off first by liking this video, subscribing to the channel, right? And then that way, when you subscribe and turn the notification bells on, you'll be alerted that the pod couple will be on today at 6:30, right? And so we have a new format. It's dope. So we have a dope new format that we're working on, and so you'll be able to catch that, so you can get Knicks content in a bunch of creative different ways. So it's just not, a panel saying the same thing. You'll get it in a television style joint. And so I'm saying that because I want to wrap up here, just so that we can do post-production for this and pre-production for them for those three joints. I want to thank everybody for coming through and hanging out with us, talking these Knicks. Thank you to everybody for your generous contributions, whether it was financial, whether it was just dialogue, whatever it is. We appreciate all of it, because in the grand scheme of things, we're just trying to make the joint better for all you Knicks fans out there that want a bunch of Knicks content, and we trying to make sure that we can create it for y'all. Y'all got anything to say before we jump off real quick?
I would just like to say again, just kind of echo what you said, what you said, Freezy. We do this for you guys, right? For those of you that are watching, for those of you that are rewatch, for the content creators, for the people that jump on the panel to give their opinions and whatnot. None of this would be possible without the platform that Freezy provides for us to be able to do so. But more than that,
and I'm not an elf. I am not an elf. You can't work me 28 hours a day. I'm not an elf.
But
I'm a human being.
Listen, G-Man Flag trying to work Freezy 29 hours a day.
I'm not an elf, bro. I don't make Keebler cookies, bro. I'm not an elf. I can't listen to all these beats. I can't do all these intro. At some point, I legit have to be a human being. You know what I'm saying? So, so make sure if y'all got your ideas, hit G-Man up on Twitter. G-Man, what's your Twitter account?
It's at G. See, you gonna put me on the spot. I don't even know it because I don't use it.
Hit up the
I'm on Twitter though, for sure. I'm gonna
make
tell
sure
you
y'all, if y'all out there, y'all watching and y'all got ideas, hit up the guys on the show so that we can kind of streamline. Because I know some of y'all get frustrated that I don't get back to y'all in a timely manner, and it's not. I'm not an elf. I'm a person. I can't listen to every beat and think about every idea and all this stuff, man, and then get back to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, make sure y'all hit up everybody. So when y'all have your ideas, and listen, we at a point now where we can kind of be a little selective. If you have ideas and stuff you're trying to bring to the channel, format your stuff, email the show.
Yep.
Right, and then that way, you know what I'm saying, you won't have to have me disappearing off the screen working on y'all stuff during shows.
During mid-show.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so just want to say that real quick. But thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Freezy, as usual.
Yeah,
before we end, I'm gonna give you my Twitter stream. It's at
thank you, panel.
UMSTEADEM. That's my Twitter stream. Again, UMSTEADEM. Hit me up on Twitter for anything that you got going on, or you know anything.
Or I show ideas and stuff, because Uncle Freezy is not an elf.
Absolutely. Because I'm trying to give Uncle Freezy a break, but you know I say all that to say this, and I'm gonna be real quick. First of all, Freezy, thank you for everything that you do for us, because without you, there would be no G-Man for life. There would be no Sergeant Knicks. There would be no Pod Couple. There would be none of that. You know, first and foremost. So thank you for that. And then also,
and G-Man, put your Twitter tag and your name where it says Sergeant Knicks, aka. Put it up there. That way people can see it.
Oh my God, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
And so we're gonna get out of here. Pod Couple soon come. Knicks Freestyle soon come. Knicks After Party soon come. We'll see y'all for those, and then for the KND family, we'll see y'all in the morning, y'all. Peace.
See you later.
All right, peace, y'all.